All right. Let's see.
Anybody else dance to that Granicus jingle now that you've heard it about 1,000,000 times this month? I'm starting to tap my toe to it. It's going to get stuck in my head. So I'm a little worried about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lucinda Williams. I'm the city clerk of the city of Fullerton. I'm moderating your session today. If you're here for Redistricting 2021, you can't explore a new world with an old map, you are in the right place. If that's not the Zoom meeting you wanted to log into, stick around anyway. You're going to learn something really cool today, and we have some great speakers. Actually, I'll introduce them. We just can't get enough of Stephanie Smith this session or this conference. She's back again. She is Best in Krieger's Director of Election Services. She brings a wealth of hands-on municipal government experience to her role, helping cities navigate the myriad of ever-changing election laws. Before joining BBK, many of us know that Stephanie served as the city clerk for the cities of Murrieta and Lake Forest. She is a master municipal clerk and has more than 3 decades of experience in the municipal government, which is really hard to believe because I can't believe you've been around that long. Time really flies, and I'm right behind you. Geez. Also on the webinar today is Mal Richardson. He advises public and private clients on issues related to regulatory and land use law. He focuses on complex land transactions, the First Amendment, election and campaign law, and municipal governance. So he talks the same language we clerks do. He is the city attorney for Lake Forest and Stanton. He also serves as special counsel for numerous public agencies throughout California, including cities, counties, and special districts. He provides advice on regulatory issues, land use matters, the First Amendment, and election law. And he has also served as general counsel for the Association of California Cities since 2012, and something we are all very familiar with. He regularly presents ethics trainings to public officials. So if you need training, get in touch with Mal. A couple of housekeeping reminders for you. Don't forget attendance. CCAC will periodically review the participant list and make sure you're all riveted to the webinar and paying attention. So please make sure you are on for the whole session to get your points. To get your points, you also need to do a learning assessment for each session, and that can be found on the conference website, which is clerksrock.com. It is too early for me to enunciate. Under the course description, your certificates of attendance will be provided after the conference, and if you urgently need your certificate, contact Anthony Mejia and he'll help you out. I think that's all you need to know to get started. There will be a break in the middle of this session for lunch because this is a very meaty 5 hours total schedule for this session, including the breaks. And I know you all want to hear from Stephanie and Mal, so we'll turn it over to them.
Thanks, Lucinda. I really appreciate it. I'm going to share my screen and bring up the PowerPoint. Let's see. Hello. Okay, everybody should be seeing that. Hopefully you are. So yeah, redistricting. It's like our favorite topic this year. You can't explore a new world with an old map. And if you've been a district person for any length of time, then your maps are probably 10 years old. And maybe you've just started the district-based election process. And if that's the case, then your maps might not be as old. But one thing we'll talk about in a little bit is that it used old data, because the census data only comes out every 10 years. And when we form our districts, we're required to use the most recent census data. So some agencies maps might be just a year old, but the data was still 10 years old. So what does that mean? What does Redistricting 2021 mean for everybody? So Lucinda did a great job of introducing us. I'm not going to really go into that too much, but I did want to just share that a little bit about Mal and being a city attorney and working for him as a city clerk. He's the kind of city attorney y'all want, because he recognizes that we know what we're talking about. And it was a little bit of a joke, but when we worked together, sometimes people would ask him things and he goes, "You need to go ask the clerk." So I know you're all jealous. I know you are, but he's the kind of city attorney that all of us want to have. And he's just been a great partner for me over the last decade or so in various cities. So there's that. And you guys all know about me. I don't want to talk about too much about me because it really has been a little bit of the Stephanie show, and I apologize for that. It's kind of my swan song, I guess, from having retired recently from being an active city clerk. Mal, do you want to throw anything else about your qualifications?
No, because they're minor. But I will say that I'm not sure Stephanie's right about me being the kind of attorney you want to work with. But when before we go into this topic, and it's weird not seeing everybody as I talk, but I get it. It's important to note that redistricting and transitioning at the outset can be a very, very difficult process, right? We've all been through public hearing processes, appeals to the council, highly controversial issues before a city, and we know how difficult they can be, where the gadflies come out in full force, the council gets put in a difficult position, and you as the clerk in the team with the manager and the attorney are up on the dais having to navigate some really treacherous waters. If there was ever a hearing process where that team needs to be strong, this is it, right? So whether you have a great relationship with your manager and your attorney or you don't, this is not legal advice. This is just practical. The best thing you can do as you head into redistricting is try to shore up that relationship and ensure that you're on the same page. Stephanie and I went through some really difficult processes together, including transitioning to districts and recall elections, et cetera, some tough elections issues. And had we not been on the same page with everything, it would have been very, very difficult. I noticed that there's also other clerks on the call who I've worked with very closely, and I feel the same way about them. If we were not aligned, it would make it very difficult. I can't emphasize enough how much that applies to redistricting. I think that will become apparent as we talk through this during our 4 hours, hopefully maybe more like 3.5 hours today. But that is one of the key takeaways. Just really briefly, because it's not super relevant to what we're doing. You all know Stephanie personally. Yeah, I'm an attorney. I'm also a dad. I've got 6 kids. My oldest gets back from college in 2 days. And I surf every morning. So that's kind of who I am outside of the law, which to me is much more important than the law. So having said all that, Stephanie, I'll pass the baton back over to you, and we'll hear more from you than from me, hopefully today.
Great, thanks, Mal. So just a quick look at what we're going to talk about today. Of course, what is the basics of redistricting? Why are we doing it? What does the process look like, and how involved does the clerk need to be in that process? And spoiler alert, very involved. What are the rules of the road? Because there's so many pieces of legislation that pertain to redistricting, and if you're a city, you have even more requirements. I know there's some special district clerks here on the call. Your process is a little less onerous, but there are still pieces of legislation that are constitutionally protected that have to be followed. What are the requirements for your map drawing? And can't you just, have the GIS people do it? What are some of the best operational practices and community engagement strategies? Again, if you're a city, we have specific requirements to be engaging with the community and provide as many opportunities as possible for them for the public to participate in the process. So what are some of those practices that might help you out? The timeline. I know a lot of people are very concerned about the timing because the census data in a perfect world would have already been released by now. Federally, federal statute requires it to come out April 1st. But we all know that that's been delayed because of the pandemic, and we're not looking at getting numbers until significantly later than we would expect. So how does that impact your time frame? And then what are some of the pitfalls and the potential challenges to your map drawing exercise? We all know that in California, it's very litigious regarding the whole idea of the California Voting Rights Act and how our maps look, and plaintiffs have absolutely no problem coming in and filing letters and filing causes of action that can result in them walking away with, at a minimum, a $15,000 check. So why it's so important that you get this particular aspect of it right. I did want to share also that, we do have that break in the middle. We're also going to have some breakouts because, first of all, it's a very large group. And if we were in person together, we'd have you guys separated a little bit by table and have you run through a couple of questions and then share your results, have some exercises. Later on this afternoon, if you have not been back to the Clerks Rock website to get the PowerPoint and a handout, you're going to want to do that maybe at the lunch break, because there's a handout there that I apologize. I sent the whole 8-page handout, which was produced by the Girl Scouts of Greater Pennsylvania. And it was for a badge on redistricting, of all things. But you're really going to want to print out page 4 that looks like this, because we're going to have an exercise after lunch where you're going to be in breakouts, and you're going to want to make sure you have this handout. So if you hadn't had a chance to do that, maybe during lunch you want to go and do that. You can print out the whole 8 pages if you want, but really it's exercise is going to be on page 4, and it's called Gerrymandering 101. So with that, let's go ahead and get started. We also and if you guys feel a need, we might actually take like a 10-minute break a little after 11, like a bio break or something, if you guys feel the need. And we'll do the same thing this afternoon if you guys feel that we need to do that. So past, present, and future. Albert Einstein said you can't use an old map to explore a new world. And you might think, well, what on earth does Albert Einstein have to do with maps and exploring? But he made this quote in a discussion about his theory of relativity, which if you're not an expert in quantum physics, it's really the theory that suggests that time travel is possible. And so in context with redistricting and map drawing, the world as we know it right now, or the world that's charted, the world that is on our maps, is not the world that exists in this moment. So the maps might say one thing, but we know that those maps are not current. We know that those maps in this moment are not accurate. And in our previous census redistricting, our previous census maps aren't going to take us to the next, to the future. It's not going to take us to where we need to be, to the next world. So that's kind of a little bit about what Albert's quote had to do with redistricting. And while it might be good enough for 2021, the old map might not be good enough for 2021. You do have some really good tools available to you. We have some advantages, a little time travel magic, if you will. And as we look back into the past or even into the future to help us out. First of all, the dates are the same, whether you're a general law city or a charter city. And what you're going to talk about, I'm going to make sure I'm in the right spot here. Nope. We'll talk a little bit more about dates in the future, but just so you know, if you are a charter city, you do have those standard dates, but you also have the option of adopting an ordinance which creates your own timeline for redistricting. So if you're nervous at all about your maps and getting it all done in time, if you're a charter city, you do have that available to you, that you can adopt an ordinance prescribing the procedure for redrawing your maps with your own timeline. But you're going to want to make sure that you check with your registrar of voters for their actual drop dead date, because you don't want to adopt a timeline that puts you past the drop dead date for the ROV getting the data files in time for the 2022 elections. So why, so you have that. We have that You know, we have the guidelines, we have the data, we have a lot of data that wasn't available to us even 10 years ago. In addition to the census data, you're going to be able to use what's called the CVAP, the Citizens of Voting Age Population. You're going to be able to use the American Community Survey. You're going to be able to use other forms of data to help drive your map drawing process so that you can reach as many people as possible. And actually, you can start a little bit of this work before the census data comes out. So why is districting important? This map that's on the screen right now is actually from 1689. For context, the Mayflower landed in 1620. So just, you know, 60 or 50 years later, 50 years after the Mayflower, when a lot of us will think, oh, wow, it became America. It became the country that we know right now. That's what started the colonization. Actually, this map from 1689 shows that this entire world had been claimed by France. So everything that is west of the Rockies belongs to Mexico and is called New Mexico, meaning it rises above the land that we typically define as, you know, the Rio Grande River. And everything east of the Rockies belongs to Canada and New France. So the oceans on this map are, you know, basically in French, and they're called the North Sea and the South Sea. And the South Sea is the Pacific Ocean, and the North Sea, the Nord, is the Atlantic Ocean. So even though we might think that the map we have tells the story, this map, which was a widely popular map in the 17th century, tells a different story, right? So we need to draw new maps. And basically what it's telling us is that things change over time, right? The maps we drew in 2020 and 2011 aren't valid anymore. And in fact, even if you just transitioned, the data, like I said in the intro, the data used isn't valid anymore. So here's another example of why redistricting is important. This is from a very small city with the city of Big Bear Lake. It has the population of 5241, right? So a lot of us would think that's a tiny city, especially if you're a city in, say, Orange County, and you've got populations hovering around 100,000. This very small city elects their representatives by district. They transitioned in 2017, and they had to use data from the 2010 census. Now, if you look at this chart, it shows the percentage change from 2010 using the American Community Survey. So what we did is we populated the table using the 2010 American Community Survey, which is very, very close to the census data. And we overlaid it with the 2019 American Community Census data. And you can see that in these two census tracts, they had a 253%, 255% change in the ethnic breakdown. So while the population changes didn't really, you know, move very much, plus or minus maybe right around the 10 mark, that one track was a plus of 16%. The ethnic breakdown changed significantly. So even though this is a fairly new district map, it was 2017, the data they were required to use was from 2010, and the data from 2019, which is kind of informed the data from 2020, shows that there were some significant breakdown, significant ethnic changes. And one thing that we're going to talk about later is that ethnicity and racial breakdowns matter in how you draw your maps. It may look stable on the surface, but even if you think you're going to be able to, draw a map or use your old maps and maybe tweak them a little bit, there could be significant ethnic changes. Let's see. So redistricting is really more than just mapping people, right? Here on this particular map, you can see that the land area of the state is pretty balanced between the two parties. Now, I'm using parties, and I'll talk about that in just a second, but it's pretty balanced, right? The state looks like it's a 50-50 split almost. in terms of voters. And what this shows is that basically, in terms of land area, California isn't as blue as we think it is, right? I mean, typically we might think that California is very blue, it's very liberal, and that, you know, there's no way that there's a huge balance in terms of the parties, but it's really kind of 50-50. And I'm going to show you how that plays out here with this next slide. So this slide, if you look at the population, so the numbers of voters in the state and where they're concentrated, we go to almost about 95% blue, 95% Democratic. And so what do I mean by that, voters versus land? Well, voters are concentrated in electoral districts. So we have electoral districts that are heavily populated and heavily concentrated with one particular voting propensity, Democratic. If we were to apply all of those voters across the state, then the whole state becomes a lot more Democratic. So you're mapping more than just people. You're mapping more than just demographics for where they live, right? You've got ethnicity, you've got political parties. Political parties tend to be impacted by ethnicities. And this is why the way you draw your districts is very important, because if there were no districts in California, if there were absolutely no district lines and our entire state was at large, we would go back to this, where we were about a 50-50 split. And you can see this is why our at-large offices, like the governor, the attorney general, the insurance commissioner, those at-large offices, those tend to be much closer races in terms of, you know, I'm sorry, I'm saying this backwards. I'm saying it backwards. They're not close at all because of this slide, right? The total number of voters. If we were to make our statewide offices by district, you would see them a lot more close in terms of balance, right? If we had like an electoral college where geographic areas could vote by district and then they got so many votes that applied to those statewide offices, it would be a lot closer. So this is why districting is so important. The way you draw your maps can impact who gets elected, whether it's a person of a political party, it's a person of a political ethnicity, a person of a particular racial background. The way you draw your maps definitely impacts how that works. So what is redistricting? This definition here, and I'm going to read it because it makes a lot of sense. It's the regular process of adjusting the lines of voting districts in accordance with population shifts. For California public agencies, this means redrawing the legislative district lines every 10 years following the decennial census. In the modern era of redistricting, all district lines must be reviewed after the census to meet strict requirements for population equality and voting rights protections. I know that for a lot of you, particularly any of you that have gone through this process in the last 5 years or so, it can be frustrating, right? Because it's expensive. I know how much my agency paid a redistricting consultant to do this, and it was incredibly expensive. And the prices really didn't go down if you were a smaller agency. So even though we were maybe a mid-size agency in California with about 100,000 people or so, it didn't go down if you were a Big Bear Lake, right? Or if you were a small city, the city of Vernon that has 112 voters. The numbers don't really change because the process is still the same. So it can be pretty frustrating. Redistricting and transition to district in California, it's really a byproduct of the California Voting Rights Act, and which is, and Mal's going to talk a little bit about this, it's very plaintiff friendly to seek district voting and to force you to transition. So in just so you know how much it's changed over the last few years, in the 2018 cycle, 76 cities held their first ever by-district election. So the 76 cities between 2016 and 2018 held their, transition. In 2020, almost 24 more cities transitioned. So between 2016 and today, 100 cities made that change. And that doesn't even impact the cities that were already by district. So about 25% of our cities transitioned in the last 5 years. I mean, that's a huge number. That's a huge number. Everyone that's by district has to go through redistricting. So what does redistricting mean? It means that it allows the community to elect the candidates of their choice. And there are ways to cut up this particular community here. I like my little people here, my little all the different faces with population balanced districts. You can do that. You can create them with population balanced districts that just look at the numbers. For example, if you look at the center district and the Fair Map, let's see, the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Maps Act require that they be balanced in terms of population. There's a whole lot of other factors that play into it. If you look at the center district, minorities make up 75% of that district. If the Voting Rights Act requires that if a majority minority district can be drawn, you are required to do it. But look at the other faces, right? Of all those people, only one of those districts becomes a majority minority district. Are there ways to draw that community so that the minority vote perhaps is spread out in a way that, number one, doesn't dilute their vote, but allows them to have an active voice in more than one district? So that's kind of the math problem that redistricting becomes. That's kind of the issue that all of us are facing. Is there a way to provide ethnicities and racial communities of interest the most opportunity to participate in voting without diluting it or isolating it into just one district, when if you was more spread out, it might give them more opportunities to elect the candidates of their choice. So we're going to jump into a breakout session, and I'm going to pause my share in just a second so that I can create those breakouts. But in that breakout session, I want you to talk. This is like you're at your table, right? This is like if you were in the group, in a big conference room. We'd have you at big tables with 8 or 10 people. What are your biggest concerns? And also, one aspect of redistricting that scares you the most. Lucinda alluded to that this morning. She says, okay, what's your biggest fear? What is your biggest fear? Share that with us. And the reason that we're asking you to do this is because when we come back, we want to hear those. We're going to ask for some volunteers. I want to hear from at least half of the groups. And if we know what your biggest concerns are, it's going to help us make sure that Mal and I answer, probably Mal because he's way smarter than me, answer those questions and give you the information that you're looking for so we can make this the most helpful. So I'm going to stop my share. And I'm going to create some breakout rooms and then send you to your rooms, and you'll have about 10, 15 minutes or so to talk about, what concerns you the most, what's your biggest fear, and what would you like to know? So let me just do that really quick. We got 100. So we're going to go with 20 rooms. Okay. And then Mal, it's going to send you to a room. You can just leave the room and come right back if you want. All right. All right. Rooms are open. Go to your rooms. Lucinda, you can come back too, or you can join the room.
So, Stephanie.
Yeah.
I saw the video of your award and I have never met you, but it totally made me choke up and cry. It was the sweetest thing I've ever seen. So
You
congratulations.
know what? Okay, so David, nobody knows about that award yet until Friday, and there's still okay, but there are still people I don't think that are in their rooms. So
oh no. Okay, secrets. I thought we were alone.
Not yet. I'm still seeing them. They're not joined yet. Yeah, there's a lot of people that haven't joined their rooms. You know what that tells me? They're away from their computer.
That, and I hope they can keep a secret.
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yeah.
I think when we come back, I think it makes a lot of sense to spend as much time on kind of the discussion. I mean, if a conversation actually ensues in the breakout as possible, because I think that's going to inform a lot of, you know, the rest of the presentation.
Exactly.
And then we can respond to those. Worst case, right? I can fly through my slides if I have to.
Right.
But I think that we want to, you know, respond to the concerns, the conversation that ensues. So.
Yeah, no, that was my thought, is that because we did it with the other presentation, you know, those slides, all the slides went through pretty quickly, if we needed to, but I thought it would be good to, you know, hear from them. What do they think? What are their concerns? Talk to them about it.
That's great.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Great idea.
So are you missing staff meeting today?
No, that's tomorrow. I'm good. I mean, I'm missing a lot of, I mean,
No, the Lake Forest doesn't meet. Doesn't Lake Forest meet before
Wednesday. No.
Oh, that's right. It's after the meeting.
Yeah.
Duh.
Afterwards.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
That's cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
So Stephanie, slide 30, which is the introduction of the next breakout room for drawing a map. You're going to introduce that, correct?
I can, yeah. I can, absolutely.
I think that makes sense.
Okay. Yep. No worries. Yeah, and that's it'll be in the afternoon. I'm going to remind them again before we go to make sure they download that attachment so that they have it. So I didn't realize I had sent to the conference people the whole 8-page attachment. Like I said, it was from the Girl Scouts, and there's some really cute exercises. Like if you have kindergartners or you have high schoolers, or depending on what it is, they can get involved in drawing their own map. It's kind of cute.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Gotta love the Scouts.
All right, I'm going to step away for just a little bit here.
No worries. No worries. I think we're going to go to probably like 10:45-ish. That's like 9 minutes.
Okay. Yep, perfect.
Okay. That's the tech advisor. Oh. Oh, you're so sweet. All right, what time is it? Boom, 42. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, close the room, so there'll be another minute or so before everybody comes back. All right, so when we I'd kind of like to hear just your feedback on that. You know, what were some of the questions that came up? What were some of the concerns or the issues that came up? And don't be shy. This is not the time to be shy. This is not the time to not raise your hand. So if I'd like to hear from you. Like, if you didn't have a concern, but maybe there was one in your group, what was one of those concerns that might have come up? And you can use the raise your hand feature. You can unmute yourself and start just talking. And if no one else is talking at the time, and tell me what you think. Sylvia Lopez.
Am I the only one? Yeah, well, the consensus in the group, we are group 12, was the fear of the unknown, because it's a brand new process for a lot of cities, something they haven't had to go through. And then the cost too, because it is an expensive process too, especially if you don't do it on your own terms, and then you get served with a letter from the plaintiff, and you automatically have to pay those fees. And for me personally, was the fear of people in the city accusing us again of not getting the word out. Like, you know, this time around, we just transitioned from at-large to district elections last year, and we in the city were accused by some residents of not letting the community know what was happening, when in fact we did a lot of outreach, something that wasn't even required during the districting process. So this time around, we are hiring an outreach consultant to help us do that.
Got it. Got it. So you had a lot of people that thought that you didn't do enough to involve the public, engage the public, and that maybe you were trying to like sweep it under the rug or just do it behind closed doors.
Exactly. They accused us of having closed sessions, of, you know, keeping information from them, of not letting them know what was happening, when that is not the case.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And just so you know, you guys can actually talk about this in closed session under the threat of litigation. You know, if you're concerned that someone's going to sue you over your maps, or if there's rumblings out there regarding, you know, potential CVRA lawsuits over your process, that's a threat of litigation. So you can't have a conversation in closed session. You can't approve maps, and you can't get into all of that. But, you know, you could certainly have a closed session conversation over the threat of litigation under the CVRA. So, you know, just so you know that there's that out there.
Yeah, and I'll just clarify real quick that we did have some closed sessions, but then all reportable actions were announced at the open meeting once they got back into the meeting. Let people know what is that we talked about and what is the agreement that we reached.
Exactly. Cool.
One note, Stephanie, just in response to that, I think it's a very real concern. Having been through the transition process, I know how difficult it can be in terms of the community, right? The constituents thinking that everything is on the up and up. One of the nice things that the redistricting process provides us, and Stephanie will go through this, is a very specific statute-based process, right? With required hearings, required meetings. One thing that I found was very helpful in the transitioning process and in past redistricting processes is to get the team together at the outset, right? So that's the manager, the clerk, the attorney, your demographer, and lay out what that process is going to look like, and then make sure, to the extent that you can, right, to publicize that to the community. Now, I know that some community members are never going to be satisfied with anything that we do, but going back to my comments at the outset about being aligned on the same page, to the extent that you can put that process together at the outset, especially using those that have expertise in this area. And that's where your demographer, right, those that you contract with from the outside, is so vital. If you can do that, then it does tend to alleviate those issues going forward, understanding that gadflies will be gadflies. All right, thanks, Stephanie.
Stephanie Williams.
Our group, the biggest concern was the timeline with the delay in getting the census numbers and the due date to the ROV by April. getting everything done by then. I shared my concern on top of that is that my council has still not decided which direction they want to go and how they want to move forward with redistricting. Some of them have used the term redistricting light. One of them even asked if we had to go through this process again, because last time we transitioned in 2018 to our first district and it was very painful. So do we have to do this again? And so everything is just, for me, up in the air. Even though I asked about this back in February, I even got a quote. I was hoping we can use our same demographer. But I've been told I now need to do an RFP for a demographer, but they don't know, the mayor doesn't know if he wants to do a commission or if they're going to have the council be the approving authority. And so everything for me feels very up in the air. And I even asked, could we start doing at least informational outreach, that this is we have to start this process. And I'm like, hold on, let's wait, let's decide what we want. So I feel like we're so late in the game already for us that I'm not sure how to, all I keep doing is asking, okay, we need to, we need to start this.
Well, the good news is even though the data is delayed, there's still a lot of time. If you have a November election, I hope, please nod, you have okay, good. Yeah, if you have a June election next year, then we have some real conversations we need to take offline. But if you have a November election, you still have plenty of time. But yeah, we're going to talk about those steps and how you can convince, and Mal's going to go into this, what happens if the council doesn't act, if the council doesn't make a decision and blows these deadlines, what happens? And so that's good data intel that you can then take to the council now and say, look, if we don't do these things, this is what will happen. And this is not how you want to go forward. So, kind of like to prod them to make some of those decisions that you were talking about. So thank you. Thank you. Cheryl, you've got your hand up.
Yes. So our group's concern was how to become involved. So the city clerk's role, right? So sometimes the city manager's office, the city attorney's office handles these things in closed sessions with negotiations for the contract and such, which, as you pointed out, is perfectly fine. But we all know that the city clerk has a role, and at some point it's going to be dumped on our laps, and how to become a part of that conversation and insert ourselves. I kind of took control in my city and just started ahead of time, thanks to all the training that we had, and just went into the city manager and said, hey, look, this is coming. I want to be a part of it. I need to be a part of it. What can we do? And I just kind of took control of the situation, but not everybody can do that. And so some tips for people who have small cities, their city clerk's office may be a 1-person or 2-person, how to become, get to the table and be part of the process.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Lucinda, I think there was some questions. Nobody else has their hand up, which please jump right in and raise your hand, people. But Lucinda, I think I saw some questions fly in the chat. I just wasn't able to catch them and read them.
People were concerned about the cost, again, not being sure of the clerk's role. And quite a few comments in there about getting the numbers. And
the timeline. They're concerned about the timeline? Okay.
I've also heard some comments floating around about how do we get the numbers? Do they come to us directly from the state, or do they go? I've heard they go from the state to the county, and then the registrar voter gives them to us, or is it different depending on what county you're in?
Yeah, Mal, did you want to talk about that, or do you want me to answer that one, or?
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay. So the numbers are released. So here's how it works. And we're going to talk a little bit about this process later on, but in a nutshell, the Census Bureau releases the data to the states. And then in California, we have what's called a statewide database, and that's where we're going to get our numbers. But prior to that, in California, the Department of Corrections does a little bit of a reshuffle of incarcerated persons. So the way they're reported in the census data, initial census, is that it's in the community where they're incarcerated. So for example, the city of Susanville up in Lassen County has 2 state prisons and 1 federal correction facility. And the total population of the community on the census data shows that like around 20,000, 13,000 of them are incarcerated. So there's only like 7,000 people that actually live in Susanville, right? So what happens is that can really throw off numbers in terms of apportionment and voting districts and all that stuff, right? So and that's just one town where one prison is, where one set of prisons is located. So in California, the Department of Corrections reapportions those incarcerated persons back to the residence address, the last known residence address before they were incarcerated. So if the person is from Santa Ana or from Chino Hills or from San Jose, wherever they came from before they went to prison, that's where they get reallocated. So that process takes approximately 30 to 45 days. So the numbers will be available when they're available from the feds. The statewide database gets them, Department of Corrections reapportions them, and then we get final data from the statewide database. And so that's where it'll be available from. So Lucinda, any more questions?
I can share my personal paranoia with the group. As I was telling my breakout group, is that the website is supposed to stay live for 10 years. And I was joking, I plan on winning the lottery in that time and not being here anymore. And so if I were to let my job keep me up at night, I'm really worried some new webmaster will come in and say, oh, this is data from 5 years ago, and take down that web page. So if anybody has on how to put the fear of God into the webmaster so they don't do that, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. And, a lot of the, and I think Mal's going to jump in too, a lot of the consultants are hosting those websites, as well. And I mean, obviously you're going to want to put that in your contract. If they're going to host your website, obviously you have a contractual obligation to do it for the 10 years. But yeah, there's lots of ways to convince IT not to, touch data that needs to be there. I mean, it's kind of like the law. That clerk response, it's the law.
Yeah. I will keep you out of trouble, but if you screw up, I'm throwing you under that bus. I'm not going down for you. So
yeah.
So just 2 comments. You're right, Stephanie. I did have 2 comments, or some comments. One is just in terms of the web hosting concern, to the extent that you can, and I get that some cities, some agencies simply can't because it's cost prohibitive. You're going to want to have your consultant do as much as you can. Right, because they have the expertise here. This is what they do, and so the fear of having the city's IT group or IT person 5 years from now, or even 5 months from now, deciding this is a waste of space. If you have the consultant hosting it and taking care of this, that concern is allayed. The other comment that I wanted to make was in terms of, like you said, putting the fear of God into your manager, your counsel, even your attorney. I think, as a city attorney and as a partner of colleagues who represent over hundreds of cities, of districts throughout California, I can tell you that a lot of attorneys, even very good attorneys, don't understand how big and scary this train is that's coming down the tracks towards us. Because we don't, as city attorneys, certainly as managers, and most definitely as counsels, right? We're generalists, and most of us and most of them simply don't know the details that are in these laws, and so therefore there's a reliance on, well, we'll get a consultant, we'll do an RFP, it'll all take care of itself like it typically does, not knowing really how messed up this process has become because of COVID-19. So to the extent that you can, and I know it's a little bit scary as a clerk, forward anything that you can in terms of information, any information that you get. Like you said, here's the law, do with it what you want. So any information you get from webinars like this and from seminars, to management and to the council and say, look, this is what I'm learning. We have to get on this. Beyond that, you know, I guess you're on your own, but they need to understand really how tight these timeframes are. And if you don't do it right, you know, even doing it light, like was said, you could get caught with your pants down, and it'll be a very, very uncomfortable process. So I do see one more hand, Stephanie. Okay.
Yes, we got Liz, and I know Rika wants to speak. Liz, why don't you go ahead, and Rika, you can be next.
Sure. In our group, we had a clarifying conversation about what redistricting was, because some folks have recently gone through getting the letter from that attorney in Malibu, who she was able to name, who's, you know, made his living forcing all these cities to go to districts. So there's a difference between going from at-large to districts, and then there's also the decennial redistricting process that happens after the census. And, you know, so we had that clarifying conversation.
Yeah, and I'm going to let Mal jump in on that one. The process, though, since they adopted the Fair Maps Act for cities anyway, the process of transitioning and then redistricting are very closely aligned in terms of the work that's need to be done and the number of hearings for cities anyway, not for special districts, but for cities. But it's the timelines that are really different. The timelines for transition, you know, the number of days in between your hearings and the number of days from the time you receive the letter and all of that is very specific and statutory, as opposed to in redistricting, the only timeline that's critical is the completion date. Being, you know, a particular number of days prior to the next election. So that was kind of my clarification on that as well. And I think, Mal, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just quickly. Yeah, his name is Kevin Shankman, and he will retire very handsomely based on what he's made through these lawsuits. But as Stephanie said, yeah, it's a different process, but it really isn't all that different. So if you've been through the transition process, then you really know what this process is going to look like. Some transitions, I've been through a difficult transition and a fairly simple and straightforward one. But because the Fair Maps Act, it's pretty similar. Now, the key difference is that under the California Voting Rights Act, when you get that letter from Shankman or from MALDEF or whoever it is, right? If you don't act within a certain time period, you are going to be subject to attorney's fees, okay? That's not the case here, but the difficulty and the really scary thing is that the statutes don't define what happens if you blow the deadlines for redistricting. And if we do that, right, it's a really open question, or it's an open question as to what remedies the public has when they sue the city. So we know under the CVRA, if you blow your deadlines for transitioning, that you're going to be subject to some attorney's fees. We don't know that here, but it's likely that we will be, and it's likely that we will, I shouldn't say we, that your agency, based on where you are, could be facing a writ of mandate if you blow those deadlines. But again, if you've been through the transition process, you're going to recognize this. It's very similar.
Yeah. Rika, I know you wanted to speak, and then we have Jerry Morellis. Rika, can you turn your mic on and talk?
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep, there you are.
So I just wanted to clarify, redistricting in my mind means two different things, and I just want to know if I'm right. There's the local redistricting where you go to, like right now, I understand it to be that any city over 100,000 has to go to local redistricting. So we in Ridgecrest don't have to do that. Am I correct in understanding that? Because our population's only right at 30,000.
Well, redistricting is if you, so are you at large now?
We are at large. So,
okay. You don't have to redistrict. You know,
okay.
Redistricting is redrawing the electoral boundaries following the release of the census data for agencies that elect their representatives by district.
Okay, so, and that's the way I understood it. And I just want to make sure, because I think I'm getting confused with the congressional redistricting that I'm involved in with the We Draw the Lines Commission and all that. And I've been
Right.
bringing a lot of those presentations to Ridgecrest to try to get our city engaged in that. But I just wanted to make sure that I'm not supposed to also be going to local redistricting internally.
No, it wouldn't be redistricting for you. It would be what we call transition to districts. You'd be making the switch from at-large to districts, but there's no statutory requirement for you to do that based on your population. It would be in response to either the city proactively wants to be elected by district or receiving a demand letter, and Mal can talk more to that, a demand letter from this one attorney we've mentioned, or from community action groups like MalDef and the League of Women Vote, or ACLU, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and we've received none of that, so we're staying at large. And like I said, I'm personally involved in the We Draw the Lines commission and trying to get, because we want to keep our same congressmen and all that if we can. Sure. But I just want to make sure that I wasn't required in any way to go to the change and the districting, and we're not. We're at large, so we're good.
Great. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Jerry, you're next up.
Yeah, so my concern isn't really about the agency I work for. My concern is more about the process of transitioning to district elections. I mean, unless your community is engaged and involved in the process and go to the public hearings, they probably won't determine what district maps get approved. So since your council members approve the district maps, they tend to approve maps that give each council member the opportunity to get reelected. So nothing really changes.
And that is the crux of the requirements of the Fair Maps Act for cities, is that, number one, you cannot take the current residents or the current office holders, make that a priority, to preserve their districts. And maps have to be drawn that are not only just population balance, but are contiguous, the communities of interest are maintained, all of that. And you're absolutely right. The requirement of community outreach on agencies is designed to get more people involved, so that these decisions are not being made just by the council in a vacuum without public input, so that people of, communities of interest or ethnic groups or racial groups have the right to elect the candidate of their choice by having a voice in how the maps are drawn. You're absolutely right. It has to be an engaged discussion with the community. And that's the whole basis behind some of these pieces of legislation that we're going to talk about. Yeah. Thank you. Roxanne.
Sorry. I think Sherry had her hand up first before me.
Okay, Sherry, you want to go first?
That's fine. Thanks, Roxanne. I was in group 2, and we had a really good representation of folks that are dreading transitioning, that have been through it, or that are now on the cusp of redistricting. So there was some good advice. One of the things I worry about coming from a very small city, Emeryville, is that if we're 1 square mile, if we have to draw lines and make districts, I don't even know how that even works and how we would even find candidates that would work. But there was somebody else from a small city who has been through it, who said that they literally had current council members that lived on the same street, and that they were being asked to somehow, gerrymander that around to get, to keep them still in office. So that's one of my big fears. But also, it sounds like there are not that many people in the demography business, and that, we're all fighting over maybe the same, 4 or 5 contractors. And one really good point that somebody made that's been through it is that you really have to stay on top of them to make sure that they communicate with you and to check all of their work. Not just assume that because they're the experts, they're doing everything right, because that can be an issue. A quick question that I had based on our conversation is there any benefit to proactively creating districts without having received the letter or being required to? Is it a different timeline? Is it less stressful? What are your thoughts on that?
if I can comment, Stephanie, on pretty much all of that. I'll go in reverse order. There could be benefit. Most council members don't want to transition from at-large to by district because they have the potential of losing their seat, right? But if you have a council that actually wants to do it, there's significant benefit because there is no legal exposure. I shouldn't say there's no legal, there's always legal exposure. Somebody could always sue you, but the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act, has been written to be very plaintiff friendly. So if you voluntarily transition, there's no exposure to the automatic attorney's fees, right? So you completely avoid that, and you get to do it on your own time and on your own terms. So if your council wants to do this, it's a massive advantage, right? I'll go to your first question, and then I'll go to your second. It wasn't a question, it was just a statement. For a smaller city, right? How do you do this? I was part of a redistricting, or I should say a transition process for a city with 2.5 square miles. 3 council members live in the same street, right? Almost door to door. And that's difficult, but it can be done. What's nice is that the Fair Maps Act has clarified the criteria that we have to use as a city to draw maps. Historically, back 2 years ago, staff would sometimes find itself in the middle of a food fight between council members about where the lines would be drawn, right? Wanting to preserve their seats. That has largely been done away with through the Fair Maps Act, right? The second question, and I'll be careful here because I'm not here to pitch Stephanie and me, but the reason that we at BBK began talking with Stephanie a few years ago was we had a great time working together and we wanted to keep working together, but we had been through processes like you explained with demographers who simply weren't responsive. And it was really, really frustrating because this process is tough. The transition process, redistricting, it's really hard. And when you have a demographer who's stretched incredibly thin across the state, it just adds insult to injury. It makes a hard process almost impossible. So what we wanted to do was, right, with the breadth of experience and kind of the size of BBK, give our clients the opportunity not to have that happen to them. So we hired on demographers that can be scaled to give our clients an alternative. And we've begun to offer that outside of our client base just because Stephanie and I and our clients had the exact same experience. It was very, very frustrating. So I'm not selling you right now. I'm just saying that's why we're doing this, because we had that exact same experience and it was extraordinarily frustrating. So there are other alternatives out there now that are more scalable, if you will.
Okay, Roxanne and then Cindy.
Thank you, Stephanie. So I just wanted to get more clarification. If I'm understanding correctly, I am new to this. I went through it in 2018, but hearing that we have to go to redistricting is new for me. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So we are a population of 23,000. And what I'm understanding is that because we did redistrict in 2018, once the census statewide data has come out, we will have to go through another redistricting. Is that correct?
You transitioned to districts in 2018, right? That was,
yes.
You went from at-large to districts in 2018. Yes. So you're not even fully implemented yet, right? You still have some at-large council members, don't you? Yeah. Okay. So yes, unfortunately, you because you are by district, you must redistrict. You must redraw your district boundaries following the release of the census data. You must participate in this process that we're going to be highlighting here very shortly when we get into the nuts and bolts of redistricting today.
Thank you so much. And thank you guys for doing this.
You're welcome. Cindy Train.
Thank you very much. So I have a question regarding the deadline dates, the register voter, I guess deadline dates. So back several years, we went through the SB 415 and we, changed the election dates from odd to even years. and that extended the council term a year. And so with the new law, I guess the March election is now going to be either March or June. So if it's on June, that's extending it for another, I don't know, 3 months or so. Number one, is that permissible? Number two, because we're in March election, it may be in June, I want to propose changing the election date to November. That's going to extend for another 6 months. Is that permissible? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to let Mal talk about the permissibility of it, but I just want to say it's really challenging for voters that when they consolidated their elections, when they moved them off of the odd years and consolidated them, if they picked the statewide primary, their terms are always going to be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, because presidential years, the statewide primary is now in March. Gubernatorial years, the statewide primary is June. So in 2022, the primary is in June. The people, but 2 years later, the primary is going to be in March. So your election is going to be changing constantly. It's constantly going to be back and forth. If your election is in June of next year, and I'm not meaning to scare anybody because we're going to talk about timelines later, but you have to finish this process by December 15th. That's the requirement, is to be done by December 15th. So it's really going to be really going to be a challenge. And we can talk about some of the ways around that when we get to the deadline portion later. But Mal, talk about the permissibility, about the extending the terms.
Yeah, I would just say, I mean, I can't give legal advice on a webinar. The state bar would come after me, so I have to be careful there. So I would first say, talk to your city attorney about that. But I would be very cautious right now that we are kind of in this process of doing anything fancy like that to extend terms. I'd be very cautious, but talk to your city attorney because there is some risk involved with that.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you. So let's move on to a little bit more about the process. It seems like our questions now are getting kind of technical, that are actually going to be answered in some of the following slides. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen and picking up where we left off here. Okay. So this is just a snapshot. This slide right here tells you what sections of the elections code apply to you, what sections where you can read more about it if you're one of those people that like to, read all the applicable sections of the codes. There are general provisions that apply to everyone. The general law cities have their set of rules, the charter cities have their set of rules, and then special districts have a separate section that apply. I want to point out that the Fair Maps Act, you're going to see this if you look at 21-620, the Fair Maps Act actually doesn't apply to charter cities. The rules that are required in the Fair Maps Act are not applicable. However, there are going to be some interesting conversations later if you follow a process that does not take into consideration some of those provisions in the Fair Maps Act. I think that it tends to make your process a little less constituent friendly, which then can open you up to potential challenge. So there's a lot of best practices that were the requirements for general law cities, we're actually making them best practices that charter cities should also follow to the extent possible. So this is just that quick snapshot of the process. So now the rules of the road. This is where the clerk can really take ownership of this process. Cities require at least 4 public hearings, very similar to the transition process. 4 public hearings for redistricting. One of those hearings must be held before you draw a map, before your consultant draws a map for you. And the purpose for that is you need to provide input before a map is released. The public needs an opportunity to say, we would like our community to be kept together. We would like our homeowners association to be kept together. We would like this neighborhood that's on this side of a railroad bridge to be in one district, and this neighborhood over here on the other side to be in a separate district. Or the public has to have that opportunity to provide input before a map is drawn and released for consideration. So at least one hearing must be held prior to that aspect. At least 2 public hearings have to be after a map is drawn. So one is required to be held beforehand, but you can have up to 2 of your hearings before a map is drawn. And so at least two of them have to be afterwards. And that just means that you can't do all this pre-work, submit one map, hold one public hearing, and adopt your map at that hearing. The public has to have an opportunity to review that draft map and make comments, and the maps can be tweaked and reconsidered at a subsequent public hearing. At least 2 hearings have to be after the map is drawn. So one of your hearings, and it can be also not necessarily a public hearing in the traditional sense that is held in your council chamber, you know, in the afternoon or in the evening when you have your regular meetings. It must be held on a Saturday or a Sunday or on a weekday after 6 p.m. And the reason for that is to get as many people engaged as possible. I frankly am recommending that cities hold them on the weekends. Hold one on a Saturday afternoon in a community center. You can have more than the number. You can have more than the 4. If you really want to go whole hog, some cities, not a lot, some cities are actually suggesting holding workshops in every district that they currently have, so that as many people as possible can participate in the decision-making process, can have input, get the information they need, can learn how they can draw their own map, how they can submit a map to be evaluated by the demographer and be considered. So at least one hearing must be held on a Saturday or a Sunday or after 6 p.m. on a weekday. This kind of goes without saying, but it's actually in the statute. The locations for all meetings must be accessible for people with disabilities. You cannot have a meeting where you do not have access for people with disabilities. Think about that. Especially in some smaller jurisdictions, you might have a chamber that's on a 2nd floor. You might not have an elevator. Or think about, is your elevator in service when you want to have these hearings? Is your parking lot going to be tore up and your wheelchair ramps being rebuilt when you're having these hearings? All locations must be accessible for people with disabilities. And then this last one, clerks will love this particular part. I think this is the most clerk-friendly part of the statute, is that they must be time specific. You know, typically we will on our agendas advertise all of our public hearings for the start time of the meeting, right? You know, if your meeting starts at 7, when you do your public hearing notice, you'll advertise it for 7 o'clock. Unfortunately, for your redistricting hearing, you must start it as close to that time as possible. And that means that if you start your meetings at 7, I would suggest you advertise your redistricting hearing for 7:30 if it's a regular meeting where you're going to have other stuff. If it's a special meeting, it doesn't matter so much. But whatever that time rolls around, you have to stop what you're doing. You can finish the item that's under discussion, but then you have to skip anything that's on the agenda before your redistricting item and jump straight to your redistricting. So think about what time you think you're going to get to that hearing. Maybe you advertise it for, an hour after start time or 30 minutes after start time, or you rearrange your agenda to get to it at a very particular time, but it must be time specific. And that was designed, believe it or not, to, number 1, keep people from sitting through hours of other agenda items before it got to redistricting. Number 2, save your agencies money when consultants were charging by the hour. A lot of the redistricting would a lot of the consultants would charge their attendance at those meetings by the hour. And if it took a long time to get to your item, they wouldn't have the ability, you're going to have a much bigger bill. Third, if you have consultants that are juggling multiple hearings on the same night, by having them time specific, it allows, especially with virtual participation, it allows the consultants to kind of spread themselves out across multiple hearings. Let's face it, there's only so many council meeting days, right? How many people first and third Tuesdays? How many people second and fourth Tuesdays? There's only so many days available to get all of this work done across the state. So with a limited number of consultants, having it be time specific is very helpful in that particular process.
Comment in the chat asking if the state's considering remote meetings for public hearings due to COVID or accessibility purposes. And I have a feeling you're going to say this, things are so in flux towards the end of the year that who knows? But
yeah,
if you got a better answer, we'll take it.
Yeah, no, they are in flux. They are in flux still. There is actually a bill that's kind of being considered right now in Sacramento to make the virtual meeting exemptions to the Brown Act, you know, the teleconference exemptions that are allowing all of us to have these teleconference meetings, these Zoom meetings without anybody in the chamber. And, you know, somebody could be in Hawaii for the meeting. You know, you didn't have to have a majority of the members present in the you know, at City Hall. All of those exemptions are actually being considered for extension or permanent addition to the Brown Act. So it is in flux, but I would not worry about that. I truly believe that you'll be able to continue to have, you know, remote participation. And I also know there was no prohibition before to having consultants participate remotely. You know, it's just the elected members of the legislative body that were under those strict rules. There's no prohibition from allowing the public to participate via an electronic platform or a consultant. So don't worry, even though I don't have a definitive answer, it's going to be okay. I'm sure it's going to be okay.
Asking the bill number, is it 393? I don't know it off the top of my head. You know what? I'll look it up while you're talking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so special districts, you guys have a little bit easier process. A little bit easier process. You only have to have 2 public hearings. One hearing before the vote to adopt the map, and one hearing where the legislative body votes to adopt the map. So if anybody want to jump ship and go be a clerk of a district, I'd say now is the time. This process is a lot less intensive. But still, it's an opportunity for the clerk to drive this process, to be kind of the face of this process. You want to make sure that you're scheduling your hearings at a time when the most people can participate, that you leave enough time between hearings for people to submit comment, for people to participate in, you know, submitting their own maps if possible. You want to make sure that there's, you know, the ample time to do that, but you don't have the 4 hearing requirement. So all agencies, and this goes back to one of the questions that we have earlier. I think it was Stephanie Williams that was asking it. You know, her council hasn't even decided what they want redistricting to look like, right? Do they want it to be a staff-led process? Do they want to use commissions or independent commissions? All agencies, whether you're a special district or a municipality, have the option of, you have 4 options. Number 1, it's a staff-led process. This team of the manager, the clerk, the attorney will work with a redistricting consultant, a demographer to schedule your meetings, do your public outreach, draw the maps, present the maps to the council. The council makes this decision to approve the boundary maps. That's the staff-led process. The next option provides for a little more public input, and that's to form an advisory commission. An advisory commission is just that. They hold meetings, take public input, and then they advise the city council on the map drawing process. The legislative body still holds the public hearings and still makes the final decisions on the map. So an advisory commission could hold meetings or workshops, do your public outreach. You can have as many as you'd like. But they would then provide that input to the city council, and then the city council would make, or the board, if it's a special district, that would make the final decision, would hold all of the required public hearings and make the final decision on the map. So you also have the option to form an independent commission. The independent commission is just as labor intensive for staff, but the legislative body has no decision-making or approval authority in that process. You would form an independent commission, appoint commissioners. Those commissioners would hold all of the public hearings. They would take all of the input, and they make the final decision on the map. Your legislative body, your council, or your special district board of directors has no approval authority. The only role they play is that of a citizen in the jurisdiction. So once the commission is appointed, it's completely hands-off in terms of approving those maps. So a lot of cities would decide, you know, I don't want to go there, because those council members still want to have input. They still want to say what the final map looks like. Now, some cities have decided that independent commissions are the right way to go, because they can then say, you know what, this was an independent process. We didn't try and gerrymander districts. We didn't try and rig the process. This is independent. We are, you know, we had nothing to do with this. And it kind of, they look at it as sort of an insurance policy against a challenge, a Voting Rights Act challenge. So that's an independent commission. Then, of course, you know, because it's California, we got to have one more option. It's a hybrid commission. Hybrid commissions hold some of the public hearings, and they make recommendations on 1 to 2 maps. The legislative body holds the final public hearing, but can only adopt one of the recommended maps. So in other words, they can't tweak it on the fly and adopt a change that wasn't approved by the hybrid commission. They can hold a public hearing on those recommended maps and say, you know, we would like to see a change. It would have to go back to the commission, and the commission would have to agree on those changes. So it's kind of a complicated process in the sense that yes, the council votes, but only on what the commission recommends.
There's a question here about who appoints the commission members.
Okay.
Next slide.
Yeah, so that's different for charter cities versus general law cities. General law cities, the council doesn't get to appoint who the commissioners are. You'll need to form a panel of people to recruit. Well, the city can recruit, but a panel of people to appoint the commissioners. Now, the panel might be your staff. It could be the city manager, the attorney, the clerk. It could be some community members, such as judges, or you could select a panel from interested parties that are interested in the process but don't want to participate and be on the commission. But a general law city, the commission cannot be appointed by the city council. So you have to have a committee to appoint a committee, essentially. That's the gist of it. Also, there are very strict guidelines on who can serve on these commissions. They can't have been, they can't work for a council member. They can't have been a donor to a council member. They're prohibited from running during any period of time that a map that they decided on is in play. So if you are doing this once every 10 years, if a person serves on an independent commission, they cannot be a council candidate for 10 years until the maps are redrawn. So some jurisdictions are finding it challenging to even find people that are interested in serving on those commissions when you look at all of the strict requirements for who can serve. And all of those requirements are found in those government code sections that those election code sections that were on that snapshot slide. It lists all of the requirements for who can serve, what the prohibitions are for those officers, those commissioners for the next 10 years. General law cities can adopt an ordinance forming the commission that also spells out the process for appointing commissioners. So if they could also default to their standard commission process, right? If their standard commission process is codified and says that the council appoints commissioners, that commissioners are from, represent every electoral district, whatever their process is, they can adopt their their commission formation ordinance saying that they're going to follow their regular process, or they can create a new process for just the redistricting commission. But that's only for charter cities that they have that ability to do that. So that's how they get appointed. I wanted to say that for any jurisdiction that is considering one of these 3 commission options, you need to get started right now. You need to get started right now. Your agency needs to make that decision. So Stephanie Williams, your agency needs to decide right now what path they're going to take, because it takes about 4 to 5 months to form a commission, because usually they're done by ordinance, form a commission, recruit, staff it up, train your commissioners on their role, and all of that needs to happen before the census data becomes available. So you're going to want to build in 4 or 5 months to this entire process to get your commissions up and running. So for agencies that are thinking about it, you need to get your councils to make a decision very, very soon. Let's see. So we've kind of been doing questions all along the way. If there are any particular questions that haven't been answered, I don't know, I can stop sharing the screen if we wanted to raise our hands again. There's been a lot of stuff happening in the chat. I know, so Lucinda, I don't know if there were questions that you were monitoring, or if anybody wants to ask a specific question about what we've said so far.
I was giving you the chat questions, and for those of you that haven't seen it, Don Abrahamson provided some documents that you can blatantly plagiarize for your process if you want to. I don't see any other new questions. Sorry, I'm putting my breakfast away.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Any other new questions in the chat right now?
Stephanie and Lucinda, do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead, Elaine. Thank you.
Okay. So I was wondering with the stay-at-home order, I mean, not the stay-at-home order, but like the governor's orders, like, do we have extended time to respond to like the Shankman letter, like, before we establish like the intent to go redistricting, or is still like a strict 45 days?
Mal?
There's been no extension. Everything when it comes to the CVRA and redistricting is strict. So the only exception that we have because of COVID-19 for this whole process is what was discussed previously, and that is right now holding meetings remotely, which, as was said previously, that may be extended. But as far as responding to a Shankman letter or this process, as of right now, we have very strict deadlines, which we can all at the lunch break go find a brown bag and breathe into it, because those time frames are incredibly short.
Okay, thank you.
Yvonne.
Yes, I wanted to know if there are any requirements for interpreters for these hearings held in the communities.
There are required translators.
Okay.
Right? Translators, yes. In the Fair Maps Act, there are requirements for language translators if the request is made in an appropriate period of time. Okay. And it's like 72 hours. So I would suggest that clerks look at who the legal translators are in their community, right? What translators are available, and don't forget American Sign Language. And I'm going to talk about this in the next section when we talk about the operational requirements. But maybe start looking at vendors, looking at them, get their pricing from them, find out when what they would need from you in terms of notice. And then you could proactively maybe plan on having certain language translators at your workshops or at your meetings, particularly if you know that you have a high concentration of a particular language. Like if you have a community that, is 70% Hispanic, maybe proactively have a Spanish translator. Or if you have a community that has a high number of Vietnamese or Chinese, and maybe proactively retain a translator for your hearings and just offer that as a public service, right? So that someone doesn't have to go through that extra step and require it or request it. It's not required unless it is requested. However, it's going to be scrambling really fast to get somebody on board if you get a request 72 hours before your meeting. I know I'm still waiting on quotes that I asked for from a translation service to help one of our clients. That I sent those requests to 3 different translating companies over a month ago, and I still haven't heard back from them getting quotes. So I would suggest that you look into it in advance. So Cindy, you have your hand up again.
Yes, I have a question regarding the translations. So the SOS is supposed to publish the required language for each city. That's not going to come out until when they release the census data information. So if you're doing outreach at this time, what language are we targeting? Am I going to be targeting? Because since I don't know what are the required language.
Well, I would suggest checking with your registrar of voters for the last known VRA languages. Think about the languages that you translate your election materials in now. Are you, is your community required under the Voting Rights Act to translate your materials into, Spanish or Korean or whatever they are? Your registrar of voters can tell you that right now today. It's like if an election were held today, what would be our VRA languages? And I would suggest starting there. It may or may not change depending on the results, but I would start at least with those languages because those were the languages that are prevalent in your community as of the last presidential, last November.
So I did reach out to LA County, and so now they're transitioned to Vote Center. So all their languages, I don't know whatever number of languages that they are doing right now. So what they given me back was a list of all these languages, which is like ridiculous. I mean,
they should be able to tell you the languages that apply to your community because you're not required to publish your notices in every language that's out there. You're only required to publish your notices in the languages that affect your community. So they should be able to narrow down your particular community's Voting Rights Act languages.
Okay, I'll check with them again. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other questions right now?
Stephanie, may I ask a question? I've been following the conversation along, and when we talk about translation, are we talking about translation for simultaneous or written? Because those are 2 different skill sets. And I saw in the chat that there's a lot of different, legal translation in which I'm bilingual and I'm fully bilingual in 2 languages. And I'm very good written, but simultaneous, I struggle with. And I know that that's a skill set for some people and not others. Do we need to just be more careful when we're looking for these services that they're very good in both or just in one, or what do you suggest?
Yeah, I believe that you want to go with interpretation, an interpreter, right? Okay. Because it's going to be happening. The requirement is that it be during the hearing, right? So it doesn't mean transcribing your hearing, your videotape or whatever, transcribing that in another language isn't going to be compliant with the Fair Maps Act. It must be interpretation during during the meeting. So you're definitely going to want to make sure that you get somebody that is an interpreter versus a translator.
Okay, and so do we, so back to the, again, another question. So do we, for those interpreters, I would also assume that we would need to train our boards for them to speak slowly and not rush as normal. That way our interpreter is able to get the job done efficiently.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's a great practice. That's a really great practice, and it's something that I think that if you were to able to, you know, reach out now to the interpreter companies, the translation companies, and say, what do you need from us? What's the best way to make this a successful hearing? And you know, they'll probably have a long list of tips that you can use and that you can work with your councils on. Again, you know your community's the best. I don't want to scare anybody with regard to translators and interpreters, but you know your community's best, right? What language is going to be the most common, right? That people are going to want translation for. And just focus on that. And if it's more than one, then focus on them in the plural. But you know your community's best. And then there are entire industries that do this work because, right, people in the courts have translators all the time, have interpreters during court hearings. And I would just look at those particular firms, you know, Google, you know, translators, interpreters, and then the responses you get, they're typically very clear that they are court certified, that they have all of these, you know, acronyms after their names that allow them to translate for legal proceedings. And so start there. You know, if you have, but here's the thought, the statute's really loosey-goosey. I mean, it doesn't require a court certified translator. If you have employees or you have community members that are, I don't know, maybe not community members, if you have employees that are fluent in the languages that we're talking about, you know, talk to them about being translators, right? Talk to them about doing that. Because if, you know, use the people that you have. Again, you know your community's the best. And if your employees are fully fluent and comfortable in that language, there's no reason why you couldn't use them to provide that service during your public hearings. Liz.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I fully understood what you were saying before, so you forgive me as a clarifying question. Are special districts required to pick one of these three types of commissions?
No, they're not required. They have the option to.
Oh.
Yes, they have the option to. And the rules for, and I didn't, this was not on that other slide, the rules for commissions are in EC 23,000. So if you want to look at commissions, it's 23,000 of the elections code. Nobody is required to use a commission. It's optional for any body politic. It's optional for any agency, city or special district.
I was thinking it would be very, very difficult to find, you know, someone who meets all these requirements of, you know, never wanting to run. And
I know, and it's really crazy. It's really, really crazy in terms of what the prohibitions are for them. Yeah. And so I think that that's why a lot of cities, you know, aren't using them. And then also too, a lot of agencies, the local legislative body wants to have the control, right? They want to be the one to decide those boundaries. So I don't see any additional questions. It's kind of a natural break in our presentation. We get into some really, this was a lot of sort of setting the table, if you will. After lunch, we get into the meat and potatoes of the lunch, of the meal of redistricting. So it's a good time to take our break. And since we didn't take like a bio break or anything like that, we can just, you know, regroup here right at 1 o'clock. I understand if, you know, I know a lot of people are going to leave and rejoin because, you know, you're going to want to go to the exhibitor break that's at 12 o'clock, and I'll be there too, by the way. BB&K is an exhibitor. So I'll see you guys there in a little bit at 12 o'clock. But Mal, do you have anything else you want to add, or if you think we need to do something different?
No, I'm hungry, so I have nothing to add.
All right, yeah, and he's gonna miss the exhibitor break too, so he gets to go have lunch. I'm gonna go. You might be seeing me in the exhibitor break eating my lunch, but we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Remember, if you didn't have an opportunity, go on to the clerksrock.com website, and this particular one, this is page 4 of the 8-page document. again, because we're going to use this in a breakout. Don't do it in advance, but we're going to use it in a breakout. All right. Okay, we'll see you guys in an hour or so. I forgot, Lucinda, did you have anything you were supposed to say?
No, I'm already scrolling around looking for the exhibitor link. So I think we're good.
Okay. Okay. Awesome.
One.
Okay. See you guys then. Bye.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you got lunch and got to visit the vendors and maybe got some work done if you had to appease the bosses. So Stephanie, Mal, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mal. I'll share the screen. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I need him to make me the host. Is David on the call? I need him to make me the host again. Or maybe, yeah, for the breakout rooms, not to share the screen, but for the breakout rooms, I need him to make me the host again.
I'll do that right now.
Thank you. Where did it go? There we are. Okay.
All right. Is that me, Stephanie?
That's you.
Okay, well, welcome back. Now that you've had lunch, I will walk you through the law, which is just absolute perfect timing for a food coma. So hopefully it's not too dry. You can feel free to ask questions in the comments, and if we have some time, we can hopefully get to them. This, even though you might think, well, this is my lawyer's job to understand this, as I mentioned previously, if you do this right, the clerk and the attorney really are walking hand in hand through this process. Just by way of anecdote, back, how long has it been, Stephanie? 6, 7 years ago that we did the process in Lake Forest together?
Yes. Oh God, I can't. No, 5 years.
5 years ago.
Years. Yeah.
So when we went through the transition process together, the recall processes together, I relied as much on Stephanie for her legal expertise with elections issues as my elections colleagues and myself, right? Having that relationship is really important. So, I would advise you not to tune out because it would hurt my feelings, and because I think this will be really helpful for you as you help navigate the process with the management in your city. So map requirements, what governs this process? Well, 3 distinct bodies of law: the US Constitution, the federal Constitution, the California Constitution, and the Federal Voting Rights Act. Now, one of the first slides that Stephanie put up was her picture of all the faces, and then kind of the districts, the groupings that she made of those faces. Those faces looked different, right? Different ethnicities, different racial backgrounds. These bodies of law, the federal Constitution, the California Constitution, and the FVRA as it's known, is where the racial equity and balanced minority majority population requirements derive from, right? So the federal Constitution, the California Constitution have in them things like the Equal Protection Clause and similar requirements that require that racial and ethnic minorities are protected. The Federal Voting Rights Act then has taken those constitutional protections and codified them in statute. So, for example, I'll just read two interesting provisions. And I apologize for reading from statute, but I think it is important to understand what's at the core of these requirements. So, quote, no voting qualification or prerequisite to voting or standard, practice, or procedure shall be imposed or applied by any state or political subdivision, that's us, in a manner which results in a denial or abridgment of the right of any, I'll say individual, to vote on account of race or color or in contravention of the guarantees as set forth, blah, blah, blah. And then, right, the statute goes on to describe what it means to deny or abridge an individual's right to vote on account of race or color, right? And as you can imagine, this needn't be an affirmative denial or affirmative abridgment. It can be inadvertent, but if it happens, right, there's a violation. This is actually what the California Voting Rights Act, which is a little bit different from the Federal Voting Rights Act, puts in place that allows things like Shankman letters to come to pass, right? If there has been any kind of denial or abridgment of the right of a minority class to vote, there's going to be a problem. So when we pursue redistricting, we have to keep these legal principles in mind. Okay, Stephanie, next slide. Okay, so one of the core principles is that districts must be drawn so that they are, well, and I'll say this as a preamble to the next few slides, right? The rules that I'm going to go through are put in place almost as guardrails to protect us against the kind of discriminatory voting practices that I just went through very briefly in the federal constitution, the California Constitution, and the FVRA. So we have, right, a series of rules and standards that are in place to ensure that minority rights are protected. So the first of these, the most basic, is that districts must be drawn so they are substantially equal in population. This is required by the US Constitution. And in a few slides, I'll go into some more detail about what it means to be substantially equal. Now, we all know, right, that it is going to be, I won't say impossible, but virtually impossible to ever draw 5 districts or 7 districts that are exactly equal in population. So the Federal Voting Rights Act allows us some wiggle room, but there has to be substantial equality. And again, that is further defined in the Federal Voting Rights Act. This is based on the total population of residents of the city based on the census. There's a reason why we redistrict after each decennial census, because then we know, right, what the population is during that snapshot period. So based on that snapshot, we have to have substantial equality in population. And as Stephanie mentioned previously, this does not include incarcerated persons living within the boundaries of the city or the district. Instead, those incarcerated persons are counted against the population of their last known residents. Okay, Stephanie, next slide. Okay, so having first gone through that 30,000 foot criterion, which everybody has to comply with, we can dive into the Fair Maps Act, recently enacted, and its subsequent cleanup bill, AB 1276, which together provide for the required criteria. And I'm gonna go through them in their order of priority, because there are certain criteria that are more important under the Fair Maps Act than other criteria. And as I will discuss a little bit later, certain of these criteria only apply in certain instances and others in other instances. Cities are subject to the Fair Maps Act right now. Districts, it's different. Now that could change, again, as we'll discuss later. So first, a district has to be geographically contiguous. What does that mean? I mean, I think we all know what geographic contiguity feels like in our mind, but what does that mean as a legal standard? Well, areas that meet only at the points of adjoining corners are not contiguous, obviously. Areas that are separated by water and not connected by a bridge, tunnel, or regular ferry service are not contiguous. This criterion, like many of the others that we'll talk about, is aimed at avoiding gerrymandering, right? At twisting district lines in impermissible ways, either to avoid minority populations or to include the home of, a currently seated council member. So the very first criterion is geographical contiguity. Okay, 2. The geographic integrity of local neighborhoods, or what are known as communities of interest, must be respected. And this says in a manner that minimizes division. So what is a community of interest? Well, a community of interest is a population within the city or the district that shares common social or economic interests, and that should be included within a single district for effective and fair representation. This does not include relationships with political parties, with incumbents, or with candidates. So applied, what does this look like? Well, I live in a distinct neighborhood. It's an HOA. I mean, everyone in my city knows the neighborhood that I live in. And there's about 3 or 4 neighborhoods that kind of all back up to each other where I live. Those neighborhoods, based on kind of our kids all going to the same schools, our kids all going to the same pools, et cetera, probably would be a community of interest in my city. So HOAs, in fact, larger HOAs can be a community of interest. Each city has, not each city, but cities will have a downtown area. Certain areas that might be the hills or the lakeside areas. Those could be communities of interest, right? There's nothing in the law beyond kind of what I've laid out that expressly defines what a community of interest is. It's really kind of, you know it when you see it. And most cities will have those distinct geographic and cultural areas that most would recognize as communities of interest. You need to, insofar as possible, respect those boundaries. Okay. Districts must be easily identifiable and understandable by residents. So to the extent practicable, districts should be bounded by natural and artificial barriers, streets, the boundaries of the cities, and this needs to make sense to the residents, right? So major arterials, for example, train tracks, freeways, right? Large parks. These are both natural and artificial boundaries that can and should act as district boundaries to the extent practicable. Okay, Stephanie. Okay, criteria 4 and 5. So to the extent practicable, and where it does not conflict with the preceding criteria, with 1 through 3, districts should be drawn to encourage geographical compactness in a manner that nearby areas of population aren't bypassed in favor of more distant populations. This is kind of a subset of geographic contiguity, but the idea is that we'll show some examples in later slides of districts that have these weird tentacles that come off, these kind of strange arms that don't make much sense. A district should resemble, to the extent possible, one of those geometric shapes that you learned in freshman or sophomore year of high school, right? In geometry, a square or a circle or an oval or a rectangle or something close to that, as opposed to, a bizarre octopus. So geographic compactness. And finally, districts cannot be drawn in favor or to discriminate against a political party or an individual, right? So we ignore the current residences of council members, or where candidates may be located, or where the optimal candidate in the next election for the GOP or the Democrats may be living. So you simply cannot look at those factors. Now, it was raised previously that council members do want to look at those things, right? They are interested. Of course they are. Many council members, most council members, they want to keep their power. They want to keep their seat. So they're very interested in drawing the boundaries in a way that protects them. That is impermissible now under the Fair Maps Act. And you, the attorney, and your consultant need to work very hard to push the council away from those realities. Okay, next slide, Stephanie. Okay, for special districts, you have a much simpler approach, but you could argue that it's actually more difficult because, right, as of right now, the Fair Maps Act requirements we just went through don't apply to you. Now, it's simpler because you have fewer criteria. I would argue that it is in some ways more difficult because you can't hide behind the Fair Maps Act criteria when your elected board members are pushing for impermissible criteria or, criteria that really shouldn't be applied to be applied in the districting process. So equality in population, right? We've talked about that. That certainly applies here. The equal protection issues that we talked about arising from the federal and state constitutions and the FVRA also apply. And then right? You may give consideration, right? So it's not mandatory, it's discretionary, right? You may give consideration to topography, geography, cohesiveness, contiguity, compactness, communities of interest, etc. Right? So you have much greater leeway, which can result in a much more difficult time working with your elected board. Now, finally, school districts and community college districts have a slightly different set of rules, ones that are population-based only. So we won't go into detail on this, but just a heads up, if there are any clerks of school districts on the Zoom call, Education Code 5019.5 spells out the process. So essentially, the boundaries have to be proportional to the population of the district as a whole and the number of trustees that serve the district. And the only requirement is that they be balanced populations. So really simple, really straightforward, if there are any school district clerks on the call today. Okay, next slide. Okay, applicable to all agencies, as I noted previously, substantially equal in population as required by the Constitution, and compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act of 1965. So under the Constitution, specifically the 14th Amendment and equal protection requirements, intentional discrimination, of course, is impermissible. So if your plan for redistricting is irrational or appears to be discriminatory on its face, or if race was a predominant motivating factor, you are going to be liable and likely going to be sued. Now, where this gets tricky is the fact that I'm not aware of any jurisdiction in California in the past several years that has adopted an overtly discriminatory map, either in transitioning or 10 years ago redistricting. It's simply not done, right? The danger is that you adopt a map in the redistricting process that's not intensely discriminatory, but that in its result is discriminatory, right? And it's difficult to understand when a map has crossed that boundary without engaging a demographer and a team that understands what they're doing, right? That can kind of get behind the numbers and see where those minority voting populations are, and then give advice in the mapping process, in the line drawing process, that ensures that minority voting populations' voices can be heard. So you have to be very cautious with that process that you don't inadvertently discriminate, because the liability is the same, regardless of whether you intentionally or inadvertently discriminate. Those are both violations of the 14th Amendment. Okay, let's talk about substantial equality in population. So as I mentioned previously, you can have some deviation from perfect equality because nobody can expect, right, 5 districts all to be exactly equal in population. The general rule of thumb is that 10% population differences are okay. Larger deviations may be okay, but they aren't presumptively okay, right? So if you're challenged in court because you have a population deviation of 9% from district to district, the presumption is going to be that that is substantially equal, and the burden is going to be on the plaintiff to overcome that presumption. If, however, you have, say, a 17% deviation, the presumption will be that that is impermissible, and the burden is on the city or the district to overcome that presumption. A local jurisdiction based on a charter may require greater population equality. So, for example, San Francisco, I believe, has a 1% from the mean requirement, and again, that's gonna differ, from charter to charter. The California Constitution requires reasonably equal districts, but again, we go back to that general 10% rule of thumb. And again, right, your consultant, your demographer, your elections attorney can walk you through those requirements as you're navigating this process. Okay, Stephanie, next slide. Okay, just a quick best practice. This is the first item on this slide. there are going to be plaintiffs' attorneys, right? Those sharks that are kind of swimming in these waters as we all go through the redistricting process, or as those of us that are in districts engage in this process. Anything that you can do to make it appear that your agency is on the up and up. Hopefully you are on the up and up, but to at least make it appear that you are is going to be helpful, right? So the first best practice is just to consider adding language to your redistricting ordinance that states affirmatively that your mission is to protect minority voting rights, right? Now, if you adopt maps that are overtly or very obviously not protective of and instead discriminatory against minority voting rights, then no language will protect you. But if you're kind of on the edge, right, and it's a case that go either way, pointing to language that states the cities or the district's intent in this process will really go a long way in court. So that's just one best practice to consider. You can bring it to your attorney, you can bring it to your manager. It's very, very easily done. So Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act provides that no local agency's redistricting map can deny or abridge the right to vote on account of race, color, or membership in a language minority group. Right? We've talked about this.
These are plans for.
And we'll talk about this in more detail in later slides. But what you want to do, or what you want to avoid at all costs, is what's called cracking or packing minority votes. And we're going to go into this in the next few slides. Cracking is a process that draws lines to dilute the minority vote in all nearby districts, while packing draws lines to force the minority voters into one district, so the potential for multiple minority districts is reduced or eliminated. Both of these processes, cracking and packing, are directly violative of the Federal Voting Rights Act. So let's kind of go through some examples in the next few slides. So Stephanie, if we can, there we go. Okay, so I went to law school here in California at UCLA, and one of the jokes was that you never wanted to practice law in Louisiana because everything in Louisiana was jacked up. And apparently that's not just the law, but it's also voting districts. So these next three images, they're all partisan maps. They're partisan maps that are in part the result of racial gerrymandering and the kind of maps that you want to avoid. So this first one is a map of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So Louisiana's 6th district owes its strange shape to the 2nd district, which looks like it's been inserted inside the 6th and was drawn to comply with the Voting Rights Act. So the Black voting age population of the 6th district is 21.5%. The reason that percentage isn't higher is because in 2011, Republicans moved a large number of African Americans who live on the north side of Baton Rouge into the heavily Democratic 2nd district. The result was an extremely packed majority minority district that reaches all the way to New Orleans and looks almost surrounded by a very oddly shaped and disfigured district, right? That's the 6th district. So the result of this is that now you have a 6th district that's going to almost always be held by a Republican, and a 2nd district that will almost always go Democrat. And the problem with this packing, right, is that you don't spread the minority vote. Instead, it's all concentrated into that one district. This is a violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act. And if this were in California, if this were a city, that 6th district would violate, right, geographic contiguity, compactness, certainly communities of interest. You could not do this under the Fair Maps Act. I guess you could do this, but you'd likely get sued and you definitely lose. And you also could not do this under the Federal Voting Rights Act. Okay, so that's packing, and that's impermissible. Let's stick with our theme of crazy states in the South, and we will go to Texas. I just spent a little bit of time in Texas to visit my brother, It was fine, but I'm glad I live in California. So this is Austin, Texas. So if the capital of Texas were one congressional district, it would almost certainly be a deep blue district, right? Everybody knows that Austin is pretty liberal, right? The old, its theme is keep Austin weird. It's a college town, it's a liberal town, maybe the only one in Texas. But instead, the Austin area has been chopped up and dispersed among 6 different districts. And the result is a diced up and cracked capital with a really big delegation. And 5 of the districts, the 10th, 17th, 21st, 25th, 31st, are now Republican districts. This is an extreme example of gerrymandering where you have one district with all the liberals concentrated in that district, which is, that's the city of Austin, right? That's the bottom center of the colored blob and the blue portion of blob. But this is an example of cracking. Again, impermissible, different than packing, but equally impermissible. Okay, the last of our examples of what not to do. And this is like the ultimate what not to do. This was I mentioned the octopus. This is like I don't know, this is a non-shape, right?
The judge called it a praying mantis. The judge called it a praying mantis.
Even better, right? So we know in the Fair Maps Act that there is nothing about praying mantises or praying manti that is allowed. So don't do this. So this is Baltimore, Maryland. And this is the single worst gerrymander in the nation. So the 3rd district mangles the central part of the state as it snakes its way northeast from Annapolis, then west, then again east, and one more time northwest-ish until it's close to the top of the state. So it passes in and out of 4 counties and the city of Baltimore. I'm actually reading a quote here. A federal judge, in addition to the praying mantis, characterized it as a broken-winged pterodactyl lying prostrate across the state, as well as a blood spatter at a crime scene. Anyway, this is packing. It was drawn to favor Democrats, and it's impermissible. Now, lest you think, whether you're right or left or center, that gerrymandering is exclusively the domain of one party, we've now seen examples of gerrymandering that have favored both parties. So the politics don't matter. What matters is the moral of the story, the conclusion, which is we cannot do this. And the Fair Maps Act, thankfully, the criteria that we have to follow make it really easy for us not to do this. And again, right, practical advice, as you're working through this with your counsel, the best defense is just to say, look, our hands are tied. You cannot do what you want to do. We cannot do what you want us to do because the Fair Maps Act says you have to look at these criteria in this order. Okay, Stephanie, I think we're back to you.
Yeah, so we're going to let you have a hand at drawing a map. And I had mentioned earlier to get your, could go on the Clerks Rock website and download the attachments. And hopefully you guys did that. And you've got this little image in front of you. I'm going to put you back in breakout rooms and just kind of work through the different scenarios. Like, for example, it's the first one is pretty simple, but it's create 3 districts, each with 3 dots, but make sure the yellow party wins 2 out of the 3 districts. So read the directions and then basically try and create districts that satisfy the criteria that you've been given. And then, you know, and the reason I'm going to put you in breakout rooms is because sometimes it's helpful to talk it out. One person might struggle with it and you can just have conversations about it. And also maybe how you could feel free to share how some of this might happen in your own communities. And then we're going to bring you back and then we'll just hear from people. How easy was it? Was it complicated? What issues do you see? And then maybe how do you feel it's applicable to your local jurisdictions? So I'm going to create some more breakout rooms. Unfortunately, it's not going to let me create. Oh, it did keep the same ones. Awesome. But not everybody's here I'm going to recreate the rooms because they're all different. Okay, awesome. And so I'll open those up, send you guys there. We'll give you about 10, maybe 15 minutes to do this, and then we'll bring you back and we can talk about it. So the rooms are open. Go to your rooms. Okay, everybody's coming back. Awesome. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Cool. So, how was that exercise? How did that work out for you? Any thoughts? Any comments? Was it easy?
Yes,
Up
lots of
until the
fun.
last one, it was easy. So we were thinking maybe we were wrong because it was easy.
Yeah.
On the final one was easy, Monica? Is that what you meant?
All of it was easy and it was a lot of fun is what I said. We had lots of fun.
You had lots of fun? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good because we want it to be fun. We want redistricting to be fun and working with the consultant to come out and your communities to come up with maps to be fun. We do it. And remember, this particular exercise, it was designed for the Girl Scouts and, you know, as part of a merit badge on elections and all of that kind of stuff. But I thought it was good because it explained it. I thought it was very easy to explain the basics, right? Of how you want to draw things or not draw things to, you know, represent certain people. Yeah, I think that I think the last one is, you know, kind of fun, kind of easy. But was there one of the exercises that you thought was? I saw somebody put in the chat they thought it was hard. Which one of the maps did you guys think was the hardest?
4.
4.
Yes,
4.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So 4 says it's an area where the yellow party is in the minority. There's 10 to 8. So there's 10 green and 8 yellow. And its voters are scattered all about. So see if you can create 3 districts with 3 dots each so that the yellows still win 2 out of the 3. Now, surprisingly, that's the kind of gerrymandering that people have done historically, right? So look at, if you go back to Austin, Texas, and the map with Austin, Texas, is, I mean, the majority of people in that area were Democrats, but yet there's 1 district of Democrats and 5 districts of Republicans because they did what they in number 4, right? They created districts that were the minority voters were the predominant voters in each of the individual districts, and that's called cracking, where you take a demographic of people and you crack them open, and then you put a few here, a few there, blah blah blah, and so there's no, you know, there's no way for them to have a voice in multiple. Actually, I was packing. There's no way for them to have a voice in multiple districts because you've packed them all into one. So, any other thoughts? Anybody else have any thoughts they want to share about that?
That was fun. It just felt a little hard. Like the first 2 felt pretty easy, and then afterwards it just started to get a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why, that's a great example of why having, and Mal uses the phrase, don't try this at home, having professional help, having a demographer that's experienced with this. You know, a lot of, in previous redistricting cycles, and like I'll go with 2011, a lot of agencies would not hire a demographer to help them with their redistricting. They would just have like their GIS people do balanced population maps, but it's not that easy anymore. It's not that easy anymore at all, right? Because you have to juggle all the different factors, and you have to, you know, use them in order of criteria, et cetera, et cetera. And I had put it in the chat while you guys were in the breakout. Kimberly Rodriguez asked if the examples that Mal went through were real examples. Yes, those are all real examples. Those are current boundary maps for those congressional districts in those states. And hopefully with the redistricting efforts that are going on in 2021 and in preparation of 2022's midterm congressional elections, those will be remedied and they will no longer be that way. But unfortunately, nationwide, we don't have the strict criteria that we have in California, right? Those maps would never be allowed in California for cities, and local jurisdictions, but those rules don't apply across the nation. So there are ways they do it all the time, and those maps can be subject to challenge, and more maps have become subject to challenge, but it is still possible that some of those can exist across the country. So I don't see any hands raised. Okay. Val, did you want to add anything before we moved on? No? Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back to sharing the screen. So I'm going to jump to some operational practices that that can be done. And I put, this is cities generally, because this engagement is a requirement of the Fair Maps Act, which that special districts don't necessarily have to follow. However, they're still really good practices. So I want to talk about engagement. It says 5 days notice for public hearings. Now, normally we do a 10-day notice for public hearings, so this should not come as any great shock to you, but you want to make sure that you publicize it as broadly as possible. So don't just stick that legal ad on page 29 of a countywide adjudicated newspaper when most people aren't getting their news from the paper now anyway, right? So make sure you publicize it as widely as possible. Post it on your city's website. If you use social media, push it out on social media. Get as broad of a distribution as possible for your noticing of your hearings. The draft map must be published for 7 days before it's adopted as a final map. Now, again, I say generally on that one because, let me grab my notes on that because it's really important here. Because the elections code, I say generally because the elections code provides some leeway if we get closer to the deadlines. So, for example, if the deadline to adopt the map is like within the next 28 days, the public hearing notice requirements reduced from 5 days to 3 days. And if the deadline is between 60 and 90 days for adopting the map, the period between the census data release goes from 21 days down to, make sure I'm in the right spot, goes from 3 weeks to 1 week, right? So we say we know draft map can be released before 21 days after the release of the census data. Well, that goes down to just a week. Other thing, so if you've got your deadline, if the deadline is under 60 days, so 59 days or less, that waiting period is waived altogether. So you still want to make sure that you follow these guidelines that are in the legislation, but also keep in mind your deadline. I didn't mention this earlier, and I meant to on one of the very first slides. If you've got a November 22 election, you've got plenty of time. Your deadline is, if you're a city, your deadline is April 17th, is to be done, right? Unless you're a charter city and you've adopted an ordinance that says you have a different timeline, your general law deadline is April 17th to finish. If you're a special district, that date's pushed out even farther, which is May 12th. And these are statutory dates. If you're a school district or a community college district, your date's fixed at March 1st, so it gets even crazier. If your election's in June, then the deadline is much shorter. It's December 15th if you're a city, and if you're a special district, it's December 9th. So knowing your deadline is really important when you plan your calendar. So when you're working with your city attorney, your city manager, your redistricting consultant, and plotting out your calendar for adoption and when you're going to hold all your hearings, you need to keep in mind what your deadline is, because a lot of these numbers that I'm giving you are changed based on when your deadline is. Okay. So the closer you get to the deadline, a lot of the dates can get shorter and shorter, and actually, in some instances, they go away. So you need to make sure you check that section of the code. Other things that you would, in addition to your outreach share, you're going to make sure, let's see, where am I at here? Oh, the dedicated redistricting website. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm out of order. Apologize. Live translation must be provided with 72 hours notice. We talked about that. You want to make sure that you get your translators on board soon. You don't want to wait and be like in a queue where they can't provide you with that service. You want to identify as many potential translators as possible and schedule them, let them know the dates of your hearings, and get that taken care of. It must be live. It can't be a written translation that's done after the fact. It needs to be done at your hearings. If a member of the public, a minority language community of interest, asks you for live translation. Public comments, council debate, you're required to provide the recording or your minutes within 2 weeks of the hearing. So if you hold your public hearings, I would suggest recording them. If you don't do video recording, you know, nowadays with our remote meetings, so many people are using Zoom and all of those. You can record those Zoom meetings. You can post them on YouTube, and that doesn't cost you anything. So if you're not doing that right now, I suggest you start, or you at least put it in your schedule for your redistricting hearings, is record using a virtual platform like Zoom or GoToMeeting, and post them to YouTube, and then your links, put them on your dedicated redistricting website or web page. That is another requirement that you must follow. You must have a dedicated redistricting website, web page, and that has to be available for 10 years. So what do you put on there? What do you put on this website? Well, you're going to want to put your hearing notices. You're going to want to put your agendas. You're going to want to put an explanation of the redistricting process. You're going to want to put on their rules for public participation and the procedures for that. Are you going to let members of the public, are you going to provide them with a paper map kit? Well, put the link to it there so they can download it. Is there going to be an online tool for your public to submit maps? Put the link on your dedicated web page. Any of the recordings or the written summaries, and include, if you have recordings, I still advise you to put the minutes up there as well. Put your translated minutes, or not translated, but your transcribed minutes on the web page as well. Definitely want to include all of the draft maps for that are submitted or that are under consideration. When your maps get released for the council's consideration, put them out there on the website for the public. You want to make sure that that one location contains all of the information that's necessary for the public. This is going to help you, I won't say litigation proof your maps, but it's going to help you if in fact your maps are challenged. You can say, no, look, this was our process. This is how we invited everyone to the table. This is what we provided to them. And it's really going to help, and it is statutorily required. So you're going to want to utilize all of your media outlets, including the foreign language newspapers. So those same foreign language newspapers that you use to publish your notices of election during regular election cycles, put your notices for your hearings in them as well. And when I say foreign language newspapers, you know, if we're still publishing our notice of election in foreign languages, but using the English language newspapers, when you have foreign language newspapers that are circulated in your county, then you're not truly complying with the Voting Rights Act. You need to publish your foreign language notices of election in your foreign language newspapers, if that is an option for you. I understand not every language has a newspaper in every part of the state, but you want to do your due diligence and make sure that you at least check. Now in Southern California, I can tell you all of the Southern California counties from Ventura South to Imperial and San Diego have foreign language newspapers throughout the counties and all of the languages, right? So you want to make sure that you're using those. Even though it's not required, without a request, consider volunteering that language translation at your outreach and your public meetings. Putting it out there right from the beginning to show how transparent and helpful that you're being. If you have an opportunity or an ability to produce your materials in multiple languages. So if you have flyers or you have kits or any of that, you know, paper kit, map drawing kits, Produce them in multiple languages to allow as many people as possible to participate in this process. And don't forget American Sign Language at your hearings, at your live hearings. You want to make sure that you don't forget them. You want to invite the public to submit your own maps. And one of the reasons for that, I know this is really hard because you don't want to have, sometimes you just want a down and dirty process, right? If your transition process was really painful, like I know in some cities it was, you might want to just have as quick and as minimal impact or input from the public as possible. But by inviting the public to participate, you are helping to protect your agency from potential legal challenge to your redistricting process. The more you can show a court of law that you were open, you were public, it was inclusive, the less chance that a plaintiff might be successful in suing the city over, they're going to sue you, but they may not be successful in that litigation. So let's see, talked about this really quickly. Let's see, okay. Oh, special districts, boom. Even though it's not required, because the Fair Maps Act doesn't apply, and it's not included in their redistricting language at all in that section of the Elections Code. Utilize all of your media outlets, consider volunteering, produce your materials in multiple languages. Don't forget the American Sign Language. They're also not required to have a dedicated website, but you might want to consider a page on your website, your existing district website, that is your redistricting page where you post all of this information and make it accessible quickly with one click kind of thing. So it's available to you. Special districts, again, make it as transparent as possible and avoid having in-house GIS draw your maps. They don't understand the Voting Rights Act. They only understand numbers and population. Unless you have a sociologist or an anthropologist, a cultural anthropologist on your staff that's going to do the demographic analysis of those maps, avoid having your in-house people do it. I know that was very common 10 years ago, but it just doesn't work anymore because the Voting Rights Act still applies. The rules regarding demographic ethnic breakdowns apply even to special districts. And again, also invite the public to submit their own maps. Are there any questions really quickly before we jump to the next section? I'm going to have Mal come back. Are there any questions about the outreach efforts? This is your opportunity, clerks, to shine. This is your opportunity to drive the process. This is your opportunity to be seen as the change maker and the person that's really in charge of this process in your agency and in your community. Are there any outreach questions?
One quick comment, just noted that April 17th next year is a Sunday, so you may want to keep April 15th, which is a Friday, as your deadline. Unless you get stuck working weekends like we do here sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
There was someone asking about how do we know what languages other than English to provide the information in?
And we talked about this morning. I would check with your registrar of voters for your current Voting Rights Act languages. That when I was in Orange County, that was something that the registrar of voters proactively provided to cities. Riverside County provided them to me upon request. The registrar of voters should have that information because they're required for the countywide elections, you know, to produce those materials in the Voting Rights Act languages. So they should be able to tell you what languages were in place in 2020. And so that information will be available from the statewide database once the census data is released. But if you wanted to get a jump start on it, I would check with your ROV now.
Question about asking if consultants offer an online map drawing software that the public can use, and I will, without mentioning the name, say I know of at least one that has software, and I'm guessing there's more than one out there.
Yeah, I think all of the demographers are offering an online tool. It's usually an optional add-on to most of their contracts because it is not required and it is quite expensive. However, I can tell you that there are also some solutions that are pretty affordable. So I know that with a lot of our clients, we're working with them on using different types of software that doesn't have the big sticker shock that some of the others do. But yes, you can, it's not required, but if they're proposing to be your demographic consultant, they should also be proposing to provide you with online mapping tools.
And we have one more comment from someone asking if we could go over the deadlines again.
Yes. So these deadlines are statutory. So if it's a November 2022 election, it's April 17th is your deadline. And that's the deadline to adopt the map. And I will tell you that whether your city attorney believes that the ordinance goes into effect 30 days later, or your attorney believes that it's an election related matter and the ordinance goes into effect immediately, there's two schools of thought there, and I'm not going to say one's right or one's wrong. I just know which one I prefer. But redistricting or transition to district election ordinances are typically viewed as election ordinances and therefore aren't subject to the referendum process and the 30-day waiting period. They go into effect immediately. Whether you have whatever school of thought it is, the deadline is to adopt it, not for it to become effective. So as long as you have adopted that map, then you've met the deadline. If you're a special district, that date is May 12th for a November election. If you're a school district or a community college, it's fixed at May 1st. And the reason I say fixed is that the date is in the code as May 1st. For cities and special districts, it's that it's the number of days before an election. Like for cities, it's 205 days before the election. So that's why it's April 17th. So, but schools and college districts, it's fixed to March 1st on an annual. It's for the annual, annually it's March 1st. If your election's in June, the deadlines, are much, much shorter. December 15th for cities and December 9th for special districts. But like I said, don't panic. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. It really is.
Are you doing those dates off the top of your head? I'm impressed.
Well, I'm not.
You should have just said yes.
No, I printed them out. I think I know them and I think I've said them correctly, but I don't want to give you the wrong information.
Dawn noted that SB 594 is good urgency bill. It's going to clarify some of that deadline information. So keep an eye on that.
But it is, it's still pending. Yes.
I'm so bad. Okay, I hope I can read that later. And someone said, oh, Chilton's guilty. So whatever your PD has planned, be ready for that. Thank you, Anthony. And can you please repeat the elections code that says ordinances for election go to effect immediately? And did she hear that correctly?
You did hear that correctly. I'll have to look that one up because that's not one. That's just one as a city clerk for 30 years, but you don't know the section number. So I'll look that up and get that to you guys. Unless somebody that's not using their computer for the presentation wants to look that up, I'd be happy to. That'd be great. But I'll get it for you. No worries. Okay. So with that, I'm going to go back to sharing my screen, and I think that Mal's going to jump into timelines and the census data.
Thanks, Stephanie. A few things before I jump into my first slide. We can change the slide if you want. Stephanie very diplomatically said that there are two schools of thought with regard to when ordinances are effective, or right and wrong, but she wouldn't say which is which. There's only one. There's only one. I'll just say that there's not two ways to do it, but I'll just leave it at that. The second thing is I found it fascinating. The best part of this whole webinar was that a clerk knew exactly what day April 17th fell on. As lawyers, as city attorneys, like my life revolves around first and third Tuesday, second and fourth Tuesday. I haven't known what date it was for probably 20 years. So I'm in a very different world from the rest of you. But okay, speaking of dates, we can go into the slides now. Stephanie actually stole my thunder. So and I'm kind of hurt about that, but you've gone through this, so you know what the deadlines are. I actually want Stephanie to stay on this slide because I'm going to scare you now. So you can see what your deadlines are for adopting the ordinance, right? For adopting the new maps. Where this gets complicated is that, as we all know, COVID-19 has significantly delayed the data. We've heard a number of times, okay, it's going to come out imminently. No, it's delayed again. The current estimate by the Census Bureau is that we will receive the data by September 30th. Now, I would not bet a buck on that because those deadlines have moved so much, but that's the current estimate. Where this gets super complicated is that the Department of Corrections still has to do, right, the rejiggering of those numbers based on the last known residents of incarcerated persons. So we should have final numbers from the Department of Corrections by Halloween. Now, if you didn't grow up here in the US, I'll just tell you Halloween is October 31st, which means that we won't have numbers really until November 1st. Now, up on the screen, we see that December 15th for cities and the 9th is your deadline for districts, right? That gives you basically a month, best case 6 weeks to get everything done. So if you're waiting to start this process until you get your numbers, then everything that Stephanie has said about how we got this, it isn't a problem, you can sleep tonight, she's a liar, right? You're making her a liar if you don't get ahead of this. You have to get ahead of this because the deadlines will be way too tight once we get those numbers. And it really is without precedent. It's totally unclear what's going to happen if we don't get those numbers in on time. But right now, we have incredibly tight time frames. Okay, Stephanie, you can advance, I think, 2 slides now since I've gone through the next 2 slides. So that's the time frames for getting stuff. Okay, so what happens if you know, you're asleep at the switch, or more likely your manager, your council just, you know, don't feel the urgency of what we're talking about and you miss your deadline? Well, if you miss the deadline to draw the map, to adopt the map, you shall immediately petition the Superior Court to draw the map. If you don't file the petition within 5 days, then a resident may file the petition and recover fees. Here's the deal though. There's no clear picture as to what will happen if you're sued. There's no clear picture as to what will happen if you're not sued, right? The assumption is that at any time, a resident can come back and challenge the fact that you didn't perform the redistricting or didn't perform it timely and recover fees. So as to the question of what happens if deadlines are missed because we haven't received the numbers, the census numbers, or the Department of Corrections has been slow, again, there's simply no information on this. I think all that we can do at this point is get all of our ducks in a row and make sure that we're not the ones that are causing the delay, right? If the numbers don't come out on time, there's going to be somebody who's blamed, but ideally it's not anybody on this Zoom call, right? And what Stephanie has laid out allows all of us to put everything in place so that your operation is completely turnkey, so that as soon as those numbers come in, you can turn the key and you're off to the races and you're done by those deadlines. And here's the great thing, right, is the way that the Fair Maps Act has been created, the way those deadlines have been created, it actually is totally possible to do this within those deadlines, even if the numbers only come to us by Halloween. Okay, Stephanie, let's go to the next slide. So we'll talk about pitfalls, potential challenges. Basically, this is the parade of horribles. What can happen if we screw up, or better said, right, how we can stub our toes, right? So the first and most obvious way to stub our toe is not understanding the hierarchy of criteria that I went through about two hours ago, right? The Fair Maps Act, 5 criteria, and for special districts, 3 criteria with optional criteria, right? If you don't understand them or don't abide by them, then definitely you can be in harm's way and your maps can be challenged. Stephanie mentioned this, right? 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there was probably no problem at all using in-house staff. It was standard protocol. These days, with how complex this has become, with the Federal Voting Rights Act, the California Voting Rights Act, and the Fair Maps Act, that's a very, very dicey proposition. I'd just be very cautious with that. You're going to want to hire a demographer with specialized expertise, potentially also a consultant or counsel who has this type of expertise. And then finally, Section 2 of the FVRA, the Federal Voting Rights Act, actually contains a litigation framework with a risk analysis that basically walks a prospective plaintiff through various steps or criteria to determine if a jurisdiction has violated the Federal Voting Rights Act. And at the risk of boring you, we're almost done here. We're going to actually be done before 3 o'clock, so you guys can all give us high fives. I'll just read through some of the factors that are in the Federal Voting Rights Act risk analysis, so you get an idea of what we're looking at here. Okay, so these factors include the history of official voting-related discrimination in the political subdivision, the extent to which voting in the elections of the city, I'll just say the city, are racially polarized. Those of you who have transitioned pursuant to a letter from Shankman or somebody else are very familiar with this idea of racially polarized voting. 3, the extent to which the city has used voting practices or procedures that tend to enhance the opportunity for discrimination against a minority group, such as unusually large election districts, majority vote requirements, and prohibitions against bullet voting. 4, the exclusion of members of the minority group from candidate slating processes. 5, the extent to which minority group members bear the effects of discrimination in areas like education, employment, and health, which hinder their ability to participate effectively in the process. Now, I'll just pause there for a second. That's a factor that should scare everybody, right? Because it's incredibly subjective, right? It's incredibly gray. And so a plaintiff's attorney could very easily come into almost any city and show that minority populations, minority group members bear the effects more than majority groups in things like education, employment, and health, because that's true across the board, right? So the Federal Voting Rights Act gives a prospective plaintiff kind of a head start with proving the case against any local agency where there has been even a modicum of inadvertent discrimination against minority classes. Okay. The last 2, the use of overt or subtle racial appeals in political campaigns. This is interesting too, because here we're not talking about anything the city has done wrong, right? This is looking at campaigns by independent candidates. And if there have been candidates who have used subtle racial appeals, or even appeals that they didn't intend to be racial, but could be shown to be racial, in past campaigns, that can be used against the city in proving a Federal Voting Rights Act claim. And finally, the extent to which members of the minority group have been elected to public office in the jurisdiction. This is an interesting one because in the California Voting Rights Act, any number of cities have been forced to transition even when they've had minorities on the council or on the board. But this is a factor that plays into whether there can be Federal Voting Rights Act liability. So you need to kind of look at the history of your agency, look at whether that history exposes you to greater opportunities for liability. But this is, again, the third of these pitfalls and potential challenges. Okay, Stephanie, next slide. We've talked about California Voting Rights Act litigation. You need to ensure that that the staff on your team, your demographer, especially is familiar with previous CVRA litigation, is familiar with kind of the state of the state when it comes to the California Voting Rights Act, as well as the constitutional issues that surround the Federal Voting Rights Act. Stephanie joked that I say, don't try this at home, but it is true. You know, there was a time when I was first starting my practice many, many years ago, where your typical city attorney was just a general counsel, jack of all trades, right? He or she did everything. Things have gotten so complex that you really need specialists. Specialists in CEQA, litigation specialists, public works specialists, land use specialists, 218 specialists, notice specialists, and certainly election specialists. So you want to make sure that your team has somebody who kind of knows what they're talking about here. We talked about the risk of packing and cracking, and then of course, racially polarized voting, which I briefly mentioned on that previously slide, right? This looks at whether minority populations have been able to elect the candidates of their choice. To understand whether racially polarized voting has occurred, what has to be done is a demographer looks into past elections and is able to look from the elections data at the candidates of choice of minority populations in the city or in the district and determine whether they've been able to elect their candidates of choice. If they haven't been able to, even if the candidate isn't from their minority group, then racially polarized voting can be proved, and this can result in liability for the city. Okay, Stephanie. The last, I think, two pitfalls, potential challenges, potential for conflict between the Federal Voting Rights Act and communities of interest. I'll just say this: when you're looking at communities of interest, which I think is the second criterion in the hierarchy of criteria under the Fair Maps Act, you want to be careful with communities of interest. To ensure that you're not, while complying with the Fair Maps Act, also violating the Federal Voting Rights Act in terms of minority populations, ethnic populations that aren't clearly covered by the Voting Rights Act. This is pretty complicated and nuanced stuff, and this is where you really need an elections expert to guide you through things. Finally, we've got SB 443 with Senator Newman, introduced in February of this year. Now this, we've kind of touched on this a bit. If this were adopted, it would apply the same Fair Maps Act criteria and hierarchy of criteria, along with the Federal and State Voting Rights Act, to all special districts, and would make the incarcerated persons rule applicable as well. We don't know kind of where this is going, but this would change our first few slides and some other slides as well, because we would all be in the exact same boat, which is not sinking, right? It's still floating as long as we stay ahead of things. Okay, so final slide, I believe, before we get to final questions. What steps can you take now? Retain a demographer, legal expert consultant in the Voting Rights Act. Make sure that your team is strong enough to get through this process. Begin building your website for cities, potentially for districts, if 443 goes through. And as Stephanie mentioned previously, your consultant, your demographer can and really should help you with that. Make a decision whether your agency is going to use advisory, hybrid, or independent commission, and if so, start the formation process. That's likely not going to happen for most of you, right? That is something that's done by bigger cities or counties, right? Los Angeles is doing this, but most smaller or even mid-sized cities really aren't going to have an independent commission. And then, as Stephanie has said so many times in this call, create your calendar, right? Look at the dates, look at the deadlines, make sure that everything is in place so that, right, if worst comes to worst and we don't get those numbers until Halloween, you have a turnkey process. Everything gets done on time, and the management staff and the council lift you on their shoulders and name a special holiday in your honor in the city. Because the alternative, which is not creating the calendar on time, puts you in a really, really difficult position. So I think that's it for me. Stephanie, I think this is the point now where we take questions. Oh, if you have questions, I mean, you all know Stephanie, and she's as good as they come. And to be honest, well, I'm an elections expert, and I shouldn't admit this, but I will. We hired Stephanie because when I was going through these elections processes, she became essentially my law partner when it came to elections questions. She knows this stuff inside and out. She's lived it. So you can feel free to reach out to me for any questions. I'm happy to answer questions. But Stephanie really is, she's the guru. She knows this stuff inside and out. And I know that she's always more than happy to talk to you guys, and you all know her really well. So with that, we're happy to take any questions.
I do see a question from Helena, the difference between a website or a web page. There is no difference. You can have a dedicated page on your city website, or you can have a standalone website that has all the information. There's really no distinction. It's just how does the city want to handle it. A lot of the consultants, when they're proposing, they are using, they're creating standalone websites that they'll maintain for you, so you don't have to worry about your IT staff accidentally deleting something. But it's certainly not required. All it is required is that you have a dedicated web address for all of your redistricting materials that stays active and live for 10 years till the next cycle. So that's how it goes on that. So let's see, we'll stop the share, and feel free to raise your hand, or we'll be happy to answer questions. Liz.
In the chat, I don't see any questions in there.
Thanks, Lucinda. Yeah, Liz.
So I have a question about SB 443. Would it just be does it apply to everything in the Fair Maps Act, including, or is it just the order of consideration, or does it also include the hearings, the number of hearings and so on and so forth?
It basically makes, if you read the draft bill on, leginfo. That website, it basically makes all of the requirements. It standardizes the process between cities, special districts, all of that. So you'd have to have a website, you'd have to have the 4 hearings, you'd have to have the outreach, you'd have to have the language work, all of that stuff. It's really aligning them all the same.
And when would we know?
Well, it's in committee right now. There's actually been no indication about, even if it were to make it out of session and get approved, would it apply to the current redistricting cycle? We don't really have any information about that. There's a potential, though, that they could do that. The legislature's done wackier things, in my opinion, so. You're welcome. Christine.
Stephanie, my question is, we in our town, our little city of Hollister, we have a newspaper, an educated newspaper. The closest is Gilroy. They're located in Gilroy, but they only advertise on Fridays. So when you say that we have to publish a draft map for 7 days before it's adopted, is that 7 times? Is that?
No, the map doesn't have to be in the newspaper. It has to be published for the public's review. So you would post it on your website.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, you don't have to put them in the newspaper. Any other questions?
Do those maps require a public posting somewhere for people who, for transparency purposes, put them in your kiosks where you post your agendas for people who don't have access to the internet? Is that anywhere documented? Not required, but probably good practice?
It's a great practice. It's not required. The legislators believe that I think everybody can get on the internet. And that was the purpose of keeping the website up for 10 years. But it just means make public, the information. So in addition to what you're posting online, you're going to want to put in your posting board. You're going to want to have maybe copies available at the library or at your community center, at your front counter for the public, because You just so that you can show that you took these steps to provide the information. It's a good question.
Hey, Stephanie, it's Kendall.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you're looking for the assessment, if you haven't been following the chat, it's apparently not on the website, but the link is in the chat and it will be on the website shortly.
Thanks, Lucinda. Yeah, Kendall, go ahead.
Stephanie, I was trying to clarify if I was understanding correctly when the timeline was put up. As a charter city, what am I understanding? We can adopt an ordinance establishing our own redistricting deadline as long as we do it before October 1st of this year?
Yes, you can adopt your own ordinance with your own district redistricting timeline. And my only suggestion is to just double check with your ROV on what their drop dead date is to get the GIS files in time for your elections. To make sure you don't do it after that date. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie, hi. I have a question. This is Anna from City of Woodland. Hi. So my question is, I know that that throughout this session, what keeps coming up is to hire a demographer, but we're going to use one of our GIS staff people, GIS people, to draw the maps. And I know that that it's important that they be familiar with the CVRA Act. So it confuses me when we say that we're inviting the public to draw maps when obviously not everybody in the public is going to be familiar with the CVRA, correct?
That is correct. The public isn't, you know, they're not election experts. And I'll just go out there and say neither is your GIS team. But you have a responsibility to share the requirements with the public and invite them to, you know, first of all, you don't even have to invite them. They have a right under the Voting Rights Act to submit a map. They have a right to submit a map for consideration and have that map evaluated by your legislative body. So, you know, we've seen, Mal and I have seen maps that make the pterodactyl map look like, you know, a child's play. We've seen some crazy maps in one of our jurisdictions that we work together on that people, you know, would submit. We've seen maps. I've seen maps on the back of napkins. I've seen maps submitted, you know, on placemats, on lined paper. You're going to want to have someone, whether you hire a professional demographer or it's whoever you're using to make the evaluation on whether or not it's legally compliant under the election laws, you know, and under the US and state constitutions. They're going to want to look at those maps and see, do they meet the minimum criteria?
Okay.
Typically what you'll do is, you know, you go at your hearings, you're going to go through the list of the maps that were submitted by the public and say, you know, we've clumped them together. These are all very similar. They're all very close in boundaries, maybe tweak them a little bit here or there. These are compliant with the exception of XYZ, you know, things like that. So that your board, your city council or your board for districts has the information and they know which maps to, you know, really focus on as being compliant or not compliant.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, with that, if there are no other questions, you know, you have our contact info. You can download the PowerPoint. If there was something that we missed, you know, feel free to shoot us, you know, an email. I think I am going to send out a listserv because there was some questions about the Fair Maps Act and Charter Cities. I'm going to clarify that, some of the things that I said. So I'll send that out through listserv. But if you don't have any other questions, I hope that you found this helpful. I hope that you found it, you know, informative, and we just want to be a resource for you if necessary to answer any questions. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thanks, Lucinda, for your help.
Thank you. Bye.